By the sky with all over.
Where's your jacket?
Had a lot of learnings because I mean we played really against two of the best tight heads in France at the moment, rated by their coach, who was coaching the Barbas. So I had a little bit of inside info. Unfortunately, it was after the match, but I knew it because, I mean, obviously we had a look at them. And, I mean, we gave them all the respect that they deserved. But there's a lot of experience going there, and we know the French mentality.
A lot of guys playing in France, especially in the front row. So they made it a big challenge for us.
And I think for our guys, not just the guys that started, but even the guys came off the bench, there was big learnings out of it.
Don, while you took the Barbarians obviously very seriously, is there a different feel about a test rig? I mean, a change in intensity or a change in approach when you're actually playing a full-blown test match?
I think
The big difference is the Barbarians is not playing week in, week out. So I don't think we tried to do a lot of
analysis on them, especially individually, but unfortunately they haven't played the week before. So obviously you must go and have a look at all the different teams where they were playing. And we tried to have a look at them there. Obviously this week it's a proper test match team that plays regularly. So I think we can do even more homework on them. That's a big difference for me between the two.
Some of the areas where
I must say defensively, I think we were very, very good. I was very happy the way, and obviously I can assure you that Tony is very pleased with the tries that we scored. Obviously the learnings, definitely we tried to get better in every area of the game. And I think we got to the point where we actually tried to improve ourselves as well, by individually, not just as a team.
Can you just tell us about your time with Coach Dan and the form and maybe how that has helped you?
so we obviously had breaks in between the URC. So my parents are from Bloem, so while visiting them, and Coach Dan made time for it. And it's just helping me grow and helping me with small stuff Coach Dan knows, and doing anything to possibly make me a better player. It was obviously hard work, and it was quite nice to do as well.
John, in terms of analysis, is there anything that you can read into the trouncing victory in Italy over Namibia at the weekend?
To be honest, definitely there is a learning, because obviously most probably, I would say 80% of those players we will be facing this week. So what I can tell you already is they got 4 penalties out of the game. They got a scrum penalty, not a scrum penalty, a penalty try out of the game. And I know the guys are playing, especially in the front row for Namibia. There's some experienced guys there. I think there's some of those guys that had already been in 3 World Cups. Arnold Skutsia and Chucky, the hooker. So, I mean, even though they concede 1 penalty, I mean, it's still a proper side. And obviously, I'll take anything. Even if they play it against Verkeersvlei, I'll take it.
Good morning. Are you able to explain first on what the nature of John Clay's injury is? And the fact that the Boston got so much depth that they're opting not to replace him, how much of a positive effect?
Yeah, man, I must say I'm very sorry for John. It's not who's apparently injured. I can't really, I'm not in the medical department yet. I'm a doctor, but a scrum doctor, not a medical doctor. So I'm getting there. But I'm not too sure what's happening exactly. But we're fortunate that we have numbers. We're fortunate we have guys that can play lock as well, like Kobus Visa coming in as well. And I mean, like you all know, Peter Steph can always cover probably all the positions on the field for us. So we're fortunate having them, and obviously we're having probably a lot of experienced guys with RG and Eben who's available as well. So we're fortunate in that position.
And Jean-Luc been cleared of these HRA?
As far as I understand, yes, he came actually back on the field after he'd been assessed. So yeah, I think he's available.
Bruno, then Bruno.
Morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Bringing you to your best. Which are your memories of your time you spent in Italy, in Treviso? It's a long time ago, I think.
It was a long time ago, but yes, I was fortunate. I was playing for the Cheetahs, and then I went for a season to Benetton Treviso. And I think we went on and won the Campeonato. I think so. And it was a really amazing time there. It was, not going into the food today, but I'm just saying it was awesome. No, it was unbelievable. I learned a lot actually as well. I remember our tight head prop was playing for Italy at that time, Franchino Proverzi. Am I right? And next to me, the Italian captain was Alessandro Moscardi. So yeah, I still know a lot of them, and I'm still in contact with Alessandro. Yeah, send him my regards, please.
Just your thoughts on Andre Esteza playing with Fonk and Luke Lightning to describe him and that move going forward? Potential there?
Well, potentially he's becoming so vital for us. If you think now he's a hybrid player. He can play forward and back. Well, he's almost as big, if not bigger than some of our flankers. He's definitely bigger than Kwacha. But anyway, I can assure you I'm very happy with his size coming up in the scrum. But I think it went very well for the first time. Although it isn't really the first time that he's actually playing flanker. I think he played in the past for the Sharks also. Am I right? So I think it went very well. I'm glad for him. And I'm glad there's obviously learnings where we can get better at that position, especially coming scrum time. Sometimes, you know what, if you train in the weekend behind the loose set and then he moves in the game to the tight head side, I'm not sure. But anyway, we'll get better at that. And I'm wishing really for him that he makes it his own position.
Just on Andre Esteza there as well. Did he also go through a form? Did you work with him there as well? And just what sort of attributes does he need? I mean, he's obviously got the size and the speed to get around the park, but what do you still want to see him develop in terms of that form?
I'm sure he can still develop in his scrumming and in his mauling ability, but no, he didn't go to the farm. He hasn't got the invite yet. Yeah. But we'll make a plan for him soon.
Don, you haven't really elaborated on your farming techniques. It's often tacit knowledge. It's very difficult to transfer. And some world-based coaches find it difficult to synthesize and share that with other people. Can you give us some insight as to how you work with the athletes, how you program, how you prepare them, and what the week or what the training sessions tend to look like? It's the art and science of the scrum, I'm sure.
Yeah, basically, obviously, first is always, if you want to scrum, you must be conditioned to scrum. And obviously, we focus on a little bit of conditioning as well. Not so much weight loss. It's actually getting better coming scrum time. I'm thinking only about scrums most of the times. And the farm, obviously, in my off time when I'm not there with the box. But it's basically to focus on the fundamentals of a scrum. Because I don't think you can really work on a scrum when you're only by yourself. You need to scrum against something as well. And as I said in the past, I don't think you can really improve scrumming against a machine there. Although there is a little scrum machine, it's a technique machine, which I find very, very interesting and helpful for us. We're using it at the box. So I'm very, very pleased that we could use it, because at the moment, like last week, I think the Lions had one. Basically all the big provinces in South Africa got one. So yeah, it's literally to focus on the player himself and getting him ready and giving him the best chance when he get into the Bok camp so that he can adapt to the way we do things and get better already before. But was never, was never, what can I say? The intent was always to get them better. It's not so much on focusing on other stuff. Okay.
Don, just sorry. Also, again on Andre Estes, just in terms of the way you guys work with the bomb squad, etc. And there's been obviously a lot of discussion about the 7-1 and all that. But do you see that sort of thing going forward, that you might even get to an 8-0 with players like that on the bench?
Sometimes those kind of questions come my way. I try to make it sweet and short, and I said I just refer it to Rassie. But I think he can contribute, whether it's a back or a forward. Whether we go 8-0 or 7-1 or 6-2 or maybe 4-4, it's also doable. Thinking now of it, but anyway, I just think it's helping us, and the moment it's helping the Boks getting the country better for the country, then we're happy about the decision.
So, and then after that, Logan's override.
Coach John, just talk us through the evolution of South Africa's props. I mean, there is from the front half to Major League, good season time. Just talk us through how you're managing, and along with the players, how you managing the evolution of the Springbok props leading into the 2027 World Cup.
You know what? We always keep our eye, because I think we got so many players in all different clubs in the world. Is it 21? I'm not sure. That forms a Springbok group. So we keep our eye on all the players, basically playing in Europe, wherever they are playing, in Japan, in France, and obviously in South Africa. And obviously you want to create a bigger base. The bigger the base is, the more players you choose out. And obviously then you identify certain players. And that's the advantage. In fact, players can play all over the world. So at the moment, we're trying to develop everyone so that they can get as close as possible to your first choice or second choice. And once there's an injury, then say more than comfortable to moving them up, but to getting them into the system. All the players that's been identified was already players that we had a profile on in the last 2 years. So yeah, we've been following them, and little by little, if there's something happening, then already you're prepared. I always say, I think it's the best thing also that you rather concentrate on not, I don't want to say, you mustn't concentrate the whole time on your first choice. You must put more hard work into your second and third and fourth choice, because once they're getting the opportunity, they must be ready, which we're always hoping for.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. Could the Springboks be deploying an 8-0 split sometime during this year? With Don Human confirming that it is a discussion that happens within the Springbok coaching staff. And on the back of seeing Andre Esterhuizen tactically deployed as a flank over the weekend, creating this sort of idea of a hybrid player means that we are going to see very different sort of makeups of our bench moving forward. And I think we're about to see a whole kind of revolution of players that not only sort of cover more than one position, but will cover different positions between the forwards and the backs. You know, we've seen players who are previously kind of a hybrid player with somebody like a Tyke Burn. You know, who can play at 5, can play at 7. Franco Master, Peter Sepp the Toy, similar type of players. Somebody like a Damien Villeneuve, for example, who can play sort of 10, 50, maybe 12 as well. That was kind of what we sort of came to know as your sort of hybrid players, you know, these utility forwards, utility backs type of thing, where they could cover certain positions. And we saw players having to sort of cover more positions when we started deploying the 6-2 split originally, in the form of Kwaka Smith having to, for example, be part of it as the potential wing cover. We are now about to potentially take it to a whole different level, and I've done a potential team to see what that actually might look like. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So the 6-2 split was something, if you go back now about 6 years ago, was really sort of storming through rugby when the Boks deployed it during the World Cup as a bomb squad, inverted commas. And with the 6-2 split came a couple of very important selections. First of all, that of Kwagga Smith. You know, you need a player in the forwards that can play in the back line should you get injuries, and usually play on the wing. That's kind of always traditionally what they've sort of covered. So somebody like Kwagga Smith was perfect for the role. He played at sevens. He was one of the quickest forwards in the world, had the skill set as well, and actually made his debut for the Lions on the wing. So, you know, that was sort of a very important player. The next big thing was you needed backline players that could cover several positions. You know, you couldn't just have an out-and-out fullback who's never played anybody else and a fly half, for example, because all of a sudden your scrum half gets injured, and now what? So therefore, the 6-2 split generally has a scrum half and a utility back on it. But even the scrum half needs to be able to fill a different position as well. So, for example, the 2023 World Cup, we suddenly saw Grant Williams playing on the wing, even starting on the wing, to give him that kind of experience. Kobus Reinach, a player that could play on the wing. But Damian Willemse was incredibly important to that 6-2 split back in the 2019 World Cup. He enabled it, really, because he could come on at fly half, he could come on at inside center, he could come on at 15 as well, could even probably play on the wing. And as a result, it gave Rassie Erasmus, you know, the cover he needed to be able to deploy such a split to, you know, really offload that six forwards. We then took it a step forward in 2023 and we deployed a 7-1 split, just a single backline player. Now, originally you'd think that would then be scrum off, because that's almost the most specialized backline position in any sort of team. Your scrum off is vitally important. It's not just so much, you know, you're passing left and right from the base of a rack. It's your box kicking. It's feeding into the lineout, into scrums. You're rolling the lineouts. It's an incredibly important tactical position as well. And during the World Cup final, you know, Rassie Erasmus basically saying that he has to have Villiers on the bench because of what he brings to that Springbok attack, and makes the Springbok attack far more potent and more likely for us to score tries. He then went and said, right, Ches and Colby, could you play at scrum off if we then go to the 7-1 split? And suddenly Colby became that player. Now, fast forward, all of a sudden, we're seeing Andre Esterhuizen being deployed as a flank hybrid sort of player tactically, which means that we've got the potential for an 8-0 split. Now, if we were to go to 8-0 split, what would that look like? Well, I think it could look something like this, where the Springboks could deploy an entire brand new pack, 1 through to 8, during a stage in the game if there are no injuries, and basically still be able to cope with other potential injuries throughout and different injuries throughout the game. So basically what I've done here is I've kind of named what would probably be our best 15 or something close to our best 15 with utility players. So Oxenchair, Malcolm Marks, Phil Colo, those are specialized players. They're front rowers. They're doing their job. Even Etsibet Luatiaga in the second row, also pretty specialist. And obviously for me, you know, I think it's very important for the bench players to probably be a bit more of the utility players than necessarily the starting players. Sirkalisi can all of a sudden now cover 6 and 8. Pedestef Toy can cover 7 and 5. Yasuvisa, very much an out-and-out 8. Okay, so that's your sort of pack. In the back line, I've got Grant Williams, Sasha Fine, Zulu, Kurt Lawrence, Damien Delendi, Jesse Creel, Ches and Colby, Damian Willemse. Now, what's very important is that on the bench, I've only got one traditional backline player in Andre Esterhuizen. Now, in this instance, I'm viewing this as if you were to put on an 8-0 split, you know, a full-on pack. So basically, in this instance, I'm going with the thinking that Rassie Erasmus wants to replace 1 through to 8. So that is essentially a second pack coming on in the second half, in the form of Bongi Minambi, Jan Hendrik Wessels, Thomas Toy in the front row. Now, these are quite deliberate picks. You know, Gerard Steenekamp right now is our preferred second choice loosehead. Jan Hendrik Wessels got a lot to work with. However, Jan Hendrik Wessels can cover 1 and 2. So, for example, what we've seen happen with him actually is he's potentially replaced like an oxen chair and had a go at a few scrums, and then slid into hooker, for example, which allows Malcolm Marks to play a bit more. And then you've got a brand new a hooker coming in for Bongi Minambi, for example. So you can kind of make that adjustment. Jan Javesa can also go into hooker initially and then go into prop. So he covers 2 positions. Thomas Otoye covers both loose head as well as tight head. So again, you've got a bit of versatility player there. Then you've got Archis Name and Franco Mostert. Now, those are your 2 locks in this replacement pack. Franco Mostert can also play in the number 7 jersey. So again, a bit of a utility player if we need to sort of change things up as we go. And therefore, you can basically deploy this bench at different stages whilst also being able to create that bomb squad effect. Because you could put Franco Mostert on for a Peter Steph Toya earlier on if he gets injured. and still then be able to say, right, we're still going to put on 3 brand new loose forwards at a later stage, because you're then putting on Quagga Smith, Cameron Hanekom, and Andre Esterhuizen, which could make up a back 3. You know, you could have Andre Esterhuizen and Quagga Smith do the 2 flanks, Cameron Hanekom at 8, or Quagga Smith at 8, Cameron Hanekom on the flank with an Andre Esterhuizen. So that is basically a full-on new pack you can bring on. And you can actually play with this. You know, you don't have to have a Jan Vessels. It still works with a Gerard Stennekamp, for example. But the important player here is Andre Esterhuizen, as well as Cheslin Colby. So Cheslin Colby would be the player who would deputize for Grant Williams. Sasha, Damien, also very important in this team. Damien Willemse gets injured. Sasha, or something like, for example, a Cheslin Colby can go to 15, and Jesse Creel goes to the wing. Andre Esterhuizen goes to the centers. Damien Delendi goes to outside center. Similarly, it happens with Kurtley Arendse gets injured. You know, Jesse Creel goes to the wing. Andre Esterhuizen back into inside center. If Sasha gets injured, Cheslin Colby can go to fullback. Once again, Jesse Creel can go into the wing. Andre Esterhuizen comes on at in the center, and Damien Willemse switches to fly half. So basically, it's a 23 where every single position is covered by at least one player, sometimes even 2. You know, for example, somebody like a PSF's Toya Sia Khaleesi, you could actually replace them with a Franco Moss, Quagga Smith, Cameron Hanekom, or an Andre Esterhuizen. You've got those options. You've got 4 potential people you could replace it, depending on what you kind of want to do at the different times. That's also an interesting part, is you can now tactically sort of put on different types of players for different situations, depending on what the game requires at the time. Will we see this? I don't know, but I think this is kind of where we're sort of leaning towards, the fact that this idea of hybrid players who cover positions in backline and forwards and kind of allow you to really tactically use your subs much more than just, we need fresh legs. That's a very old school type of looking at it. Oh, you know, players getting a bit tired, we need fresh legs. Now you can sit there saying, no, actually, we need a bigger pack right now. Get an Andre Esterhuizen on and use him as a second ball carrier. You know, stack the centers off the back of the lineup. You put Andre Esterhuizen whilst having Jesse Creel, Damien Delendi. You've got 3 big ball carriers in the midfield off the back of a lineup, for example. You know, you add to your ball carriers. So this is the different ways this entire sort of concept can be deployed. If you want more mobility, for example, you can put on players, you know, like a Quagga Smith on quite early. You can even, you know, and you can replace something like an Emmet Spetlua with Franco Moss and Arches Neyman, depending on how you potentially need the pack to adapt. So you've got lots of different options over here. And you can then play a potentially more expansive game, a more conservative game, again, depending on what the game and the conditions require. So this is my sort of ultimate Springbok 23, if you were to kind of go with that thinking. What would yours look like? Who would you include? Who wouldn't you include? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. And let's see if Rassie Erasmus dares to go the 8-0 split sometime this year. Let me know. Hello and welcome to Forever Box. And on the back of Rassie Erasmus's announcement yesterday of his team against Italy on Saturday, the conversations are aligned. And the big one everybody's having at the moment is the race for that fullback jersey. Accreditation versus Damien Willemse. The latter not been involved with the Springboks for over a year now and will make his first appearance since the 2023 World Cup final. In Willemse's absence, Accreditation has taken the number 15 jersey and made it his own. He's been really, really good and has fixed a lot of the shortcomings he had when he first sort of came into the Box system. He was let go and shortly before the World Cup, and there's a whole story about him even playing sort of with his Box jersey underneath the Sharks jersey, as he really wanted to try and get back into that Box setup, because that was the big dream for Accreditation. He was sent back and told exactly what he has to change, exactly what he has to fix. He did that, and he had a really good season for the Box last year. But now, you know, the prodigy son returns, really, and he is the prodigy son, you know, because Damien Willemse was involved in 2019 World Cup, you know, as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, came through to the Box, made his debut, I think just 19 years old, and has never really looked back. It took him a while maybe to sort of settle in. I think we probably brought him in slightly too early, but he had that kind of talent. And during the 2023 World Cup, and even 2022 sort of, and even the British and Irish Lions series, we started to see the Damien Willemse we thought we would see, you know. And sometimes it does take time for some players to sort of come through and adapt at the level. We actually even seen it with Accreditation. But now we're sitting here with 2 absolute world-class fullbacks. A fullback that's about to hit 100 caps in Villaroo, as well as a young one who's chomping at the bit to get going in like Quan Horn. And I think that fullback is arguably the most healthy position the Springboks probably have. That and probably like the likes of a lock. You know, I think we've got locks coming out of holes in the ground at the moment. You've got so many different options there. But I do think that one of the strongest positions that the Springboks have got is fullback, and something that we're sort of taken for granted. But now we're seeing a genuine dogfight with two players with not much between them. And I don't think we've seen sort of a situation with two players so close and consistently pushing each other since probably, Lekanya and Jesse Creel maybe. Where every single time each of them play at a really strong game. Even Andre Estes and Damien Delany, they're probably a little bit more between the two players than they apparently are right now between Apre Lefasi and Damian Willemse. So today we're going to have a look at a little bit of sort of what we've seen in the past, what we're seeing now, and kind of what we might see in the future. Let's get into it, shall we? First of all, the incumbent Apre Lefasi. Well, last year he was involved across the entire board. He played against Wales, where he started and played full 70 minutes. He then didn't play against Ireland because we went with Willie le Roux for those two Ireland games, but he came back against Portugal. He then went on to feature in against Australia, against New Zealand. He started against New Zealand, actually. He featured against both Argentina games, and on the end of year tour, he featured against both England and Wales. So all of a sudden, somebody who I think was a one-cap buck before last year, he now all of a sudden is sitting with, I think 12 caps. I think he played about 10 games last year. So he really sort of stepped it up. Now, you've then got Willie le Roux, for example, who last year started against Ireland. Started a lot of the big games, in fairness to Willie le Roux. He started against Ireland in those two games. Started in the one game against Australia. Started the one game against New Zealand. And then at the end of year tour, he started against Scotland. Now, he is back in the mix this weekend on the bench because we have to try and make way for this man. Now, probably one of the biggest tests in Damien Willemse's career so far. And given the fact that, we're talking about a player who is 27 years old, two-time World Cup winner, one-time British and Irish Lions winner, two times Rugby Championship winner. He's won the URC. He is one of the best players in the world on his day. Not just in the Springboks, in the world on his day. This is arguably his biggest challenge because he's now missed 18 months of international rugby. He's not been involved in the box since 2023. And if we go back to sort of how involved he was in 2023, he missed one game in the entire World Cup. He started at 15 against Scotland, at 10 against Romania, at 15 against Ireland, 15 against France, 15 against England, 15 against New Zealand. He was our starting fullback. Even though they talked about how important Willie le Roux was, Damien Willemse started every single game he played the World Cup. The only game he didn't play was against Samoa when Andre Pollard was back and we rotated. He started against New Zealand in that dominant away victory at Twickenham. He started against Argentina in the Rugby Championship. So, he's played, he's very quietly, at just 27 years old, notched up 40 caps. And he would be a 50-cap buck had he not been injured. So he's on the journey to become a 100-cap buck. During the World Cup, he was arguably, I'll keep saying it, within our top 5 best players. And now he's got to come back and remind everybody what he can do and what he's all about because of, that injury spell. Because I think for the first time ever, he was settled in the team, but he's never had to come back into the team. And there are question marks about his form, given the fact that it took him a while to sort of get going once again in the URC. So if we look at his season this year, for example, he made his return. He played a bit in September and October, but then got injured again, and then he came back in March. Since then, he's only played 2 games actually at fullback, played 3 games at centre, and 1 game off the bench. So he's not played a tremendous amount of minutes this year. But towards the last stage of the tournament, if it wasn't for his red card, he would have probably played in that quarter final. He started to look a little bit more like the Damien Willemse of old. Now, I think that between these two players, first of all, I think we've got 2 of the top fullbacks in the world. At their very best, I think Damien Willemse is the man you go to. I do think he's a much more all-round player. I think he's defensively absolutely phenomenal. Give him a bit of space and he'll punish you, much like Apre Lefasi with sort of the X factor. Very different kicking games. Apre Lefasi, got the little chippers over their head and the sort of grab it in behind. Damien Willemse probably maybe not quite a strong kicking game, although he's really worked on that trademark almost Damien Willemse grabber from inside his own half towards sort of the 22, searching for those 50-22s. Willemse probably more of a playmaker, having all that experience previously at 10, can put more players in and around him. Maybe not quite like this man, Willie le Roux, but he has got those options. Now, this man is playing his 99th game for the Springboks this weekend. It's 99 test, and he is set to become a 100 test Bok, which he deserves. He 100% deserves. This is now, however, the end of Willie le Roux's career. We are looking at probably his last year in a Bok jersey, and that's kind of been accepted by the Springbok management. They are going to give him to 100 caps, and then probably look to phase him out. I think he'll go straight into coaching once he finishes his playing. I think he's a player that reads the game, understands the game like few others. But unfortunately, we are seeing him, get to that age where it's probably time to move on. He's not massively old. He's 35 years old. So, he can still play for the Bulls for a couple of years. But I do think also we're probably going to see a proper retirement. Not just sort of being phased out, but play his 100 games and then maybe say, that's it, I'm done. Even maybe before the game, say, right, my 100th game is my last game. I'm going to finish on top and move away. Because it's becoming very difficult to justify having him over this man. Quan Horn has been phenomenal for the Lions. This season, I think he was ranked 5th on those URC, or 5th or 6th on the URC sort of top 100 based on stats. He has been absolutely banging the door down. And, from an international point of view, we've seen Fassi come through and do really well. We've also got David Willemse back. This player right here, I think, is going to put genuine pressure on both of them, to be perfectly honest. Even if we have a situation with Fassi starting, David Willemse coming off the bench, once he's called back in the squad, I think right now he's probably the most unlucky player not to be involved in the Springbok squad right now, based on his form in the past season. I would even have him as a wing, potentially ahead of, eventually probably even ahead of potentially Makazolma Pimpy. He can play on the wing, can play at fullback. He's got it all. He's got a really good boot, left-footed boot as well, so something a bit different. He's defensively pretty sound, and on the attack, he makes a lot of meters. Maybe not quite in the same way that David Willemse doesn't necessarily have that sort of trademark step that Willemse has. Fassi also has got that sort of top pace, but he's deceptively quick, and he reads and sort of understands space. Probably the best of the three because he makes it work so well for him, and he's incredibly young. And this is an important thing. We were talking about our future options. Those three are going to be our options for the next 5-6 years. And Quan Horn is very much a long-term option because he's so young. So those are our options at the moment. I personally think we are looking at Damien Willemse as our number 1 choice when he gets back. Fassi as our number 2 choice. Then Willie le Roux. But I think very soon we're going to see Quan Horn as that number 3 choice. What is your picking order? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. And Rassie Erasmus has officially named his side to take on Italy this weekend. Not a lot of changes actually from the Barbarians, but big news is no Siya Kolisi. The niggle that he's picked up is keeping him out of this game again, and as a result, Jesse Creel will retain the captaincy, which is quite interesting considering the likes of Andre Pollard, Eben Etzebeth into the side, but Jesse Creel will still continue to captain a side, which also features Damien Willemse for the first time since the World Cup. He is back and starting in that number 15 jersey ahead of Apelele Fassi, and that's going to cause a lot of conversation and controversy, really, given how well Fassi's been playing in the number 15 jersey. It is a 6-2 split. There is the return of Faf de Klerk, Willie le Roux on the bench as well. We are seeing a test debut as well in the number 7 jersey for Vincent Tuka, which does not surprise me. In fact, it's something I predicted after last weekend's performance. We would see him once again. So very exciting moment for the Tuka family. He will officially become a Springbok on a Saturday when he runs out at Loftus. Before we look at the side, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, this is the side that has been named. And interesting, if we look at sort of 1 through to 15, it's quite similar actually to kind of what I expected to see. In the front row, we've got Oxenchair, Malcolm Marx, and Wilco Low. That is our current best front row. We don't get any stronger than that, really. Malcolm Marx, often used off the bench. Now we're starting to see a bit more of a starting role for him in the last couple of years compared to sort of what we saw in 2019 and sort of during the British and Irish Lions. Eben Etzebeth back to Lua Diaga. It's so good to see a combination back, as well as seeing Arke Snyman and Franco Master coming off the bench. That is the traditional bomb squad we saw back in 2019. All these years later, they are still doing the damage. And to be fair, all 4 of them still look really up for it. And I think we're still looking at 4 of the best, 5-6 best locks in the world when they're on form. If we then look at the number 6 jersey, Marco Verstappen will start once again. Siya Kolisi still out injured. And I'll tell you what, Marco Verstappen needs to have a bigger game than he did last week. A lot of people, were talking about the fact that he hasn't really managed to make that sort of jersey or make a bid really for the number 6 jersey. He's got another opportunity this weekend. Somebody who did take his chance and really, I thought, threw down the gauntlet a little bit was Vincent Tuka. No, he's not the next Peter Steph Toy right now. Could he be? Well, on Saturday, he certainly showed that he's a very viable option. And he's earned another opportunity. He's earned this test debut, which is so well deserved and so far overdue. I think if you had his papers, you would have seen him getting a debut before that. But really cool to see him get that call up. Jasper Wiese, back from injury, back to full fitness, does start in the number 8 jersey. No Jean-Luc Deprez in the 23, which is maybe quite a surprise decision. Morne van den Berg getting another opportunity. This, I'm not surprised with. Some people might be, but I think that they look at this, at Morne van den Berg, as the next number 1 scrum half. They really do rate him. Rassie Erasmus has likened him to Aaron Smith, for example. So they really do rate him. And he's going to get another opportunity. But we also see Faf de Klerk on the bench, which is really good to see as well. Andre Pollard back into the mix. No Sasha Fine-Zulu in the 23. That in itself was almost quite surprising. Not even to see him on the bench. But apart from that, I mean, we're pretty much looking at our first choice backline, really. Kurt Lawrence, Cheslin Colby, Damien Willemse as the back 3, Damon Delende, Jesse Creel in the centers. It is tremendously strong. Then if we look at the bench, Bongi Manambi, Jan-Andrew Wessels, Vincent Carr coming back into the side to occupy that number 18 jersey. Bone Fenter would have joined up with the squad this week. Thomas Latoya would have been around there as well. So interesting to back out Hendrik Wessels, especially against the Italian side, which do have a good scrum. If there's one thing where we might be tested this weekend, it is going to be at scrum time, which is really good news for the Boks to be able to sort of get that experience and to be able to have that sort of competition in that front row. Then we've got Franco Marcelakis, name and Kwagga Smith, the OG bomb squad from the World Cup a few years ago. Faf de Klerk back in the mix, and Rasmus is very excited about Faf de Klerk being back, and then Villaroo, who will make his 99 game against Italy, against force the Springboks against Italy. So he'll run up and get in front of his home crowd. Where will he play that big 100? Will it be down in Gqeberha? Will it be at Mbombela? Will it be at Cape Town or Emirates Airline Park? Or Durban, for example? Unfortunately, there is no Bloem test, so can't really put him into that mix. But he will get an opportunity to become that 100th, get that 100th test cap sometime this year. In terms of what Rassie Erasmus has said about the squad, he said, "We have a big squad and we would like to balance the game time within the group, while at the same time maintaining continuity in selection. And we believe this is the team that will be best suited for what we want to achieve against Italy. We are also fortunate to have a few experienced players back from injury who will be keen to make their mark in the game." He said, "Sia unfortunately picked up a niggle, but Marco did a good job at flanker last week, and he is one of the core players in our team, so we're blessed to have such depth in the team." He said, "We are impressed with how Jesse accepted the responsibility of wearing the captain's armband last week. He is a player who leads by example on the field and off, and he thoroughly deserves honor." I 100% agree. I think it's really cool that they've continued with him as captain. Would have been easy to have given it to Edwin Etzebeth. You could have given it to even Alert Diago, for example, Andre Pollard. I love the fact that they've kept Jesse Creel there. In terms of speaking about Vincent Suka, who'll be making his debut, Rassie said, "Vincent has fitted into our structures really well, and he showed last week that he has the potential to play test rugby. So we're excited to see what he can do against Italy and to see him make his debut." And for me, the big one, obviously, is Damien Willemse also back. I think they're always going to give Damien Willemse the chance here. Now we have got a genuine dogfight between Damien Willemse and Apele Fassi for that 15 jersey. And I'm absolutely in for it. I think once Villaroo's played his 100th game, he'll probably start to be filtered out. You'll then throw Quan Horn into the mix as well, who I think will also really push them. So I think we've got tremendous depth at fullback, and I'm really excited to see those two really push each other and try and grab that jersey off each other for the next few years, really. They're similar age profile. So we're going to be doing this for a long, long time. The last time Damien Willemse featured for the Boks was the World Cup final. And I think in that time, a lot of people have actually forgotten just how good he was during that World Cup. He was untouchable. And hopefully we're going to see something like that this weekend. And we can sort of remind people just how good he is. Not to take anything away from Apele Fassi, who I thought came in and did such a good job and such an all-round job where he had to sort of fill that gap. But I always thought that Damien Willemse is still our number 1, and he needs that opportunity to prove that he is. This is that opportunity. Villaroo will come on off the bench later on. He also covers 10, obviously, does Damian Willem. So very important to the 6-2 split itself. What's quite interesting is we don't, I mean, I suppose Villaroo kind of go into the wing, but we've often seen Villaroo as that extra player on the bench, and that means a lot of the starting players need to be quite adaptable. With a JC Creel, you can go to wing. Villaroo can also go to wing, in fairness, but for example, you know, somebody like a Damian Willem also need to be able to cover centre as well as flower half. We don't have any sort of scrum half. So Faf de Klerk covers flower half, but not really sort of anything else. Not like Grant Williams and Kobus Reinach, who can kind of cover the wings as well. What do you think of this team? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. It is Springbok announcement day. We do have a Springbok side that has been announced by Rassie Erasmus. Also busy watching him give his press conference over here. So we will have that up very, very shortly as well. Exciting times. And I tell you what a team we have picked for this weekend. That pack would not look out of place in the World Cup final. I think that's probably the best way of putting it. And there is a test debut this weekend, which is very, very exciting. And, I'm going to start actually there as soon as we can sort of get going with how big this is for Vincent Tuka, because this is a player who, has had to wait his turn, not even from being good enough, but simply because we don't have a Home Affairs good enough to be able to give him papers, So we've got a player who's been on the radar for a long, long time that we just haven't been able to use. And now we can use him. And now we can unleash him onto the world and onto the Springbok world. And I think that what we saw over the weekend was a player who's more than good enough to be playing for the Boks. And he does get his chance this weekend. And I really, really hope he takes it, because he's a great player. He's a great human. And also think that he's potentially the answer to Peter Steph's story when he does move on. I do think he's got all the attributes. So I think that we've got a player who is going to push people. And this is what we want to see. So people, I want to get your comments in. And we're going to start going through them, just making sure everything's all working. Get your comments in. I'm going to put a poll in saying, do you like the team that Rassie has picked? Simple yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. And if you don't like the team, why don't you like the team? What is it about the team that you don't like? That's it's a very simple question. If you don't like the team, and let me know what about it you change as well. Because it's all very well saying I don't think this guy should be playing. Well, then who do you think should play ahead of him? So we've got some big news as well, by the way. So it looks like Peter Steph the Toy will be back next week at this stage. So Vincent Tuka's got one game to really show what he's all about, and then he's going to have to really genuinely compete with Peter Steph the Toy. So you probably find that Peter Steph the Toy will come back next week. Very likely we could potentially see Vincent again against Georgia. Siya Kolisi set to be back next week as well. Frans Malherbe is out for the entire season, unfortunately. And the news is that Jean Klein is out for 6 weeks, which means we might see him back for the Rugby Championship. That is the injury news coming to you very, very live. It's literally Rassie Erasmus talking about it right now. But there's a lot to sort of dive into, and I'm very interested to sort of see what the reactions are. And so far people are saying it's good. So, but we've never ever had 100% people like it. So there are people that don't like it. I'm seeing one comment about no Mani and no Sasha. So let me know, what is it about? Why don't you like that about it? What is it that you would change as well? Which players would you have instead of them? Because I think that there's a big sort of chance to potentially rotate against Italy, but at the same time, this is our first test of the season. And whilst the Boks have always talked about wanting to rotate and wanting to give different players a chance, they're also all about winning games. And it's vitally important that we also get an opportunity to play our strongest teams together to be able to gel and to get them playing. So there's lots of different sort of factors you've got to sort of weigh into these different team decisions. So let's go to some of the comments. Iman saying great team. Leslie saying nice. CP Nunes saying great team. Glad Faf is back as well. Also haven't seen you in a while, CP Nunes. So good to see you back in terms of people returning. Lucolo saying I was hoping they picked Ethan Hooker. RP saying strong team. Illicit Phaser reckons it's too strong. Man Africa says great team. King Power says I don't like the team because I like Mani and Sasha. That's the long and short. Fair enough. We all have our favorites. Chris saying why is Willie still in the squad? He's been awful for the Bulls. Ironically, he had the most contrasting performances where I thought he was brilliant in the semi-final against Sharks and he was awful against Leinster. Kind of the conundrum. You almost need to make it like the Vililu paradox. The ability to be so sensational and so bad simultaneously and in short spaces of time. Victor says it's a nice mix. Tariq says Grant Williams still injured. From my understanding, there was no mention about Grant. Let me ask actually. Maybe I can actually even see if I can get that question in actually over the press conference. And what else have we got to say here? Luazi says, Ox, Marks, and Volko, that's a demolition crew up front. No one's matching that scrum power. Adrian says, I'd like to see Moody and Hooker. Taco says, I would like there more youngsters in the squad. King Power says, for Villaroo, he was asking for Manny and Sasha. Yeah, I suppose you could have had Sasha in that side ahead of them. Jan says, like the team. RP I can see scrum penalties coming. John Alexander saying, great team, as many of the current scheme should be given a chance. Villiers to go to 99. Yeah, that's a big point. Christian says, love the team. One step closer for Villiers. The only player I would really want to swap out. Cockford and Klabakanye. Maybe a JLDP and Sasha there, but will be more games. 100%. Johan's already saying box by 30 points. And Matthew saying, what a team. Close to, if not our strongest team, bar maybe 2-3 players. Well, interesting. Very, very interesting. Is yesterday I did a team of what our sort of 8-0 split, you know, what our strongest potential team, our ultimate sort of team. And that was actually basically the template I was using to create the graphic that you see on screen. I didn't have to make a lot of changes. And I think that shows you that this is very close to what our best possible team would be. And to be honest, I think, you know, 3-4 changes probably max with regards to what our best team would be if we're playing in a World Cup final tomorrow. Close this team genuinely is to being full strength. So let's look at it. Oxenchair, Malcolm Marks, Volko Low. For me, that's our top scrum. I think that's our best front row. Even Yetzebeth, Lurtiaga, that's probably close to our strongest tight five we would have starting, because Franco Master, Archis Neyman, and I've kind of always been part of that bomb squad. So our tight five potentially could be a tight five in a final. Where things would change would probably be 6 and 7, Cecilia and Peter Steff to come in. Jasper Wiese probably our number one choice at 8. Morne van den Berg probably not currently our number one choice if we were to play a World Cup final tomorrow. However, they really do rate him, and I think that they're kind of looking to try and get him in to be that number one choice, so he's on that path. Andre Pollard would probably start a World Cup final tomorrow. The rest of it is our strongest backline, you know, so you'd probably change 3 players in that starting lineup, and of that, only 2 of them are actually in because of injuries, you know, so it is more or less the strongest we could put out given the current injury situation, bar maybe Morne van den Berg. So I think that we're looking at potentially one change across the entire team based on availability right now to make it the strongest possible 15 in Italy. We're not taking things with lightly. And the thing is, you know, go out and beat them, maybe tweak a little bit, because then we're going to have an opportunity to rotate quite a lot in the rest of the season to still try things, which for me is probably the big sort of takeaway here. So even if you're sitting there going, well, where's this player and where's the other player? Well, we don't have to worry because they're going to get opportunities. Sorry, I'm just actually trying to get this press conference sorted. I'm going to try and multitask here. This is the problem with having only 2 hands here. We've got a press conference coming live here, and we're busy trying to sort that out. But yeah, so I mean, you're going through that side. The people who I think need to have big games this weekend is Vincent Tuka, obviously on debut. Huge opportunity for him. Damien Willemse, given the opportunity ahead of Aplele Fassi, he needs to once again prove that he is number one choice. And that's nothing. It's not like because what he's done, he's just been injured, and then all of a sudden Aplele Fassi decided to arrive, and to arrive with a bit of heat. You know, and he's been cooking as Aplele Fassi. There's no doubt about it. He has been cooking, which is really good to see. Now, Damien Willemse needs to remind people that, listen, guys, if you go back to the World Cup, I was probably one of the top 5 most important players in this team. And I was probably the top 5 most, you know, on-form players in the tournament, even, arguably. And I think he was, to be perfectly honest. But he's now been injured for a year. Aplele Fassi's gone, right, well, you want to be injured, then bang. He is got to sort of show that this weekend, and I think he will, to be honest. I think Damien Willemse will. I predict him having a good game. I think he's absolutely world-class, and I think that we're going to see, hopefully, exactly what he's all about on come Saturday. And what he's all about is potentially being... For me, I look at Damien Willemse as a future World Player of the Year candidate. I think that's his threshold. I don't think he has a threshold. And I'm not saying Aplele can't get there, but I just think that we forget just how well Damien Willemse was playing and how well, you know, he's been around the block, and he's had to sort of find his feet a few times. But at the end of the day, when he plays at his best, there are few players out there in the World Rugby at the moment that are better than him. And until he, well, he needs to get the opportunity to prove that. But I think the main thing that we need to sort of focus on is how cool is it that we've got those two options, that is currently what we have available to us, that we've got, for me, potential world player of the year, and that we've then got an Apele Fassi who's backing him up. Because not everybody has that. Because I think we've got two players that would both walk into most test match teams around the world. And that is an incredibly important and incredibly lucky position to be in. And there's a couple of conversations about having it in there with regards to the Fassi and Willemse chat. So, what have I got to say? There's a lot of comments coming through here, people. So I'll try and sort of pick out a few. And a lot of people talking about Willie LaRue getting those caps here. So MC says, Willie has been a brilliant serve for the game. Glad he's getting his 100, but I think he should be used more for his knowledge to train up Damien. And Victor says, getting Willie to 100 caps so we can get more younger players. And somebody else said, Marcus says, Willie to 10 when Willie comes on. We could see it, or else we'll probably just see a straight swap over there, or maybe you'll replace Damien Delende in the centers. But let's go talk about the Damien Willemse and Fassi chat, shall we? Where were they? Got a whole bunch of comments coming through about it. Justin saying, Willemse, Fassi, and Horn, what a nice headache to have. And that's a huge point to make. I mean, Quine Horn is a quality player. I think he should be in the squad. I think that as soon as Willie LaRue gets to that 100, I think we'll probably look to maybe rotate there. And yeah, I think that he will push these two, to be honest. I don't think that Apele Fassi is that much ahead of Quine Horn. I genuinely don't. I think that Quine Horn, with a bit of backing and a bit of game time, will also be giving them quite a big headache. Jan says, you'll swallow your words about Morty Vandenberg. He is the future of SA, and Yasu recognizes it only needs game time. Well, I assume you're talking about, other people, because if you've ever watched this channel, you'll know I am a Morty Vandenberg stan. And I've been saying this since last year. When I spoke to John Stick and in the press conferences, and they said, Morty Vandenberg is the future. Like, they've been saying it for a while. They're saying he is going to be our number one choice scrum half. I just don't think he would necessarily start in a World Cup final right now tomorrow. I think you'd probably go with Kobus 5-4 Grant. They're more experienced type of thing. But the fact that they're backing him once again in dry conditions, he is finally going to get dry conditions. He played in Australia and absolutely pissed down. He then played in Cape Town in, the worst possible weather ever. And now he's finally going to get that opportunity to play in wet or in dry conditions over at Loftus. So I think that he's going to really, really... even Kid Cynical saying there, finally Morley gets a game not in the rain. I mean, jeepers, yeah, he couldn't have asked for worse conditions in his first two starts for the Boks. But going through some other comments over here, who was it? I can't find it. Here we go. Damien was saying, I'm sorry, but prefer Fassi to Damien. Damien has not had a good game in a while now. Well, he hasn't played for the Boks since 2023. He has been getting back to fitness for the Stormers. I wouldn't say he hasn't had a good game. He had a couple of very good games. But yeah, that's the thing. We don't know what he's going to be like in that box shirt. Ricky says, we are the only team in the world who can play a different 15 each week and constantly win. Springbok fan, who is a member, by the way, thank you for becoming a member. I think he's actually one of our new members, if I'm not mistaken. Saying, I want Sasha to at least be on the bench. Rugby Creel says, I'm so happy Jesse is captain. Well, I think we've got a little Jesse Creel stand. And 100%, by the way, 100%. I think that's, for me, is actually the best part about this whole team announcement was Jesse Creel being kept as captain, because I think he's somebody who works so hard, always, and he's willing to do whatever. When he got dropped down and Kanye was playing well, he didn't care. He was happy to just keep playing, keep being the bench role and keep preparing them and being ready. And then when he got his chance, he took it and reminded everybody just how good he is. He is the nicest guy ever. I've met him a few times. He comes up to you, he chats to you, he's always friendly, he's always in a good mood. He is such a good character as Jesse Creel. I've got so much time for him. And the fact that he's played 79 caps, I would love for him to get to 100 caps. There are few people who I think will deserve it more than him when he gets there, because he's been such a good servant for a long time. He came when he was 20 years old, by the way, started at the World Cup in 2015, was part of that sort of situation, had to go through you know, some of the bad Bok teams and the bad performances, and now we're seeing the absolute best of him. And yeah, I think it's so good to see him getting that recognition as well. Callum says Horn in this lineup would do wonders. Needs a proper head out to see his true potential. And I think 20 feels 60 said I'd have Tank Toy instead of Bongi with Vessels as hooker. I love Leroux, but time for Fassi or hooker to be on the bench. I'm not convinced by Van Staden. I want Peter the Toy, Arnicle, and Chatuka combo. Yeah, I think if he was fit, I think we might actually have seen that combo. I think we would have seen. And this is, I think, so frustrating thing when you see, you know, when injuries come in, because we had such a good opportunity to have gone with Cameron Harnicombe at 6, with Sia Khaleesi having been out for 2 games, but then Cameron Harnicombe's injured. And I think that it's going to be a big opportunity for Marco van Staden to try and sort himself out, because if he doesn't have a couple of good games, then he might struggle to keep that position if other people start to put their hands up. What other comments have we got? Alud says, talking about the transformation. Yeah, but the thing is, I think we've got to look at far more longer look at it from a transformation point of view, because there are injuries and there are players who are going to come in. So, I mean, in terms of, if you want to look at transformation, look at who's coming through. Asanat and Klabakanye, for example, I think will be within this 23 very, very quickly. Grant Williams, currently injured, will be back here. Sasha will play many games here. Martin Liebach will be back. The Kanye Ams, currently injured. Makazoloma Pimpi, currently in the squad, will get opportunities. Adel van der Merwe is still around there. You know, we've got lots of players who are coming through, but there are injuries, are also, I think, a reality. So it's a long-term future thing. If you look at the broader part of the squad, it ticks all the boxes you need to tick. So I don't think we need to worry about that too much. It's also about combinations and the likes of that. So Tyreek over here was saying, for me, I personally prefer Fassi just because of how consistent he is under the high ball, but I really can't say I'm upset. Damien is at 15 because he's an absolute monster on the pitch. I agree. To be honest, I agree. I think that Damien Willems, I believe Fassi's done a lot of work. And what's very interesting, by the way, is that the team for next week has already been announced internally. So Rassi Ras has already told people who's playing next week. So we're going to expect a very different team next week, which is quite interesting. So all of a sudden, I think we're going to see an Andre Esterhuizen potentially starting next week. Maybe Peter Steph the Toy back in it. The fact that they've already announced it, obviously it might change with regards to injuries, but we're just hearing now that internally that team has been announced. What it's going to look like, I'm not sure. I don't know if we're going to continue with being very strong or if there is rotation, because we've obviously got a Georgia test after that. So we've got a lot to sort of weigh up. But basically, after 338 votes, most people saying yes, they are happy with the team, which means I want to ask a question, and that is, who would you pick as number 1 fullback? Very, very simple question. I'm going to put in Fassi, Willems, and Horn and Leroux. Let's focus on those people. Let's focus on that conversation and see what we're thinking with regards to that. I just want to check 5 seconds if this is. Yeah. So that's the poll I've got, and an interesting early, pretty expected, to be honest, where we're at with regards to the poll. But I tell you what, I think there could be some Quine Horn fans very soon if we can get him some game time. Donovan Cross, though, saying people are underrating Willie Leroux so much. He's probably one of the best in the world in creating try-scoring opportunities. You're not wrong. He is the assist king. You know, he's got one of the highest rates of try assists in World Rugby in the last 10 years. I think it's him and Bowden Barrett who are sort of the top. So he is that is what he brings to the team, and that's why he's often on the bench, because if things are going badly and we need to find ways of scoring tries, he is an incredibly important part of exactly that. So that's why he often reminds. Tim Maloney says, I voted for LaRue. Don't care what people say. My man's backing his horse. He doesn't care. He's sitting there saying, you guys can tune me all you want. I will back my horse. S1 reckons he's going to fight him. So there we go. Maybe do a bit of a charity match. We get the Billy LaRue fans in. We get the Damien Willemse fans in. We get the Upgrade Fassi fans in. We get the Quan Horn fans in. And we just do like a rumble in the jungle. And just do a complete box up. And whoever's standing at the end, we'll pick that full back. Sounds good to me. We can have a bit of fun with it. Francois says, I like Masters a lot, but not as a Lucy. Would not mind having Russ or Dupre as utility forward cover. Well, I think he'll come in as lock, to be honest. I get what you're saying, but I do think that he's covering more lock. I think he's fine, actually, on the flank, to be honest. I mean, look at how good he was in the British and Irish Lions series. So MC Vidizzle, the Great, says, Horn needs game time, but he will be there. He is a brilliant player. And Jacques says, considering the quality of wings we have, LaRue seems to be the best in unleashing them. If it weren't for them, I would have said it's tight between Fassi, Willemse. And Tariq has become a member. So thank you very much, Tariq. Welcome to the Forever Fan, the Forever Sports Members Club. As a Forever Fan, a whole bunch of cool little perks there that he's just picked up himself there by becoming that. So good on you, mate. And if anybody would like to do it, then click the link in the description. We really need our members. They help us get to Kabeja next week and to Imombela and to Cape Town and to make sure we've got all the Springboks content for you guys, like the training that's going to come tomorrow, the team photo on Friday, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, it does cost money to get there. So really big appreciate it. Our members who really make those things possible. Alf says, can't pick just one. I have a fussy bias, but Damon was phenomenal during the last World Cup. Really incredible playmaker at the back. Horn, I still want to see in a strong team. You summed it up. You sum it up, and you're damn right. You know, we've got so much to talk about, so many things to check. How do we do that? How do we pick just one, and which of those are they going to be? You know, but nice position to be in. This is the thing. CP Nunes says, cannot wait to see Ranger Julius and Henke van Veek on centers one day. And yeah, I'll tell you what, that's coming. That's coming soon. So it's an interesting poll at the moment. 163 votes so far. Willemse in the lead. Fassi not far behind him either. So keep voting. And let's see who everyone's going to back by the end of that poll. It should be quite interesting to see, yeah, what everybody thinks. And what I'm going to do right now is I actually want to go through almost every sort of part. But what I actually want to talk about mostly here is our loose forwards and how we potentially might see those sort of start to change. And because I think that's for me is a big interesting part, is the fact that we've got a lot of different loose forwards coming through. So that's what I want to talk about, people. So let me know your thoughts on the loose trio. In terms of our loose trio, we've got PSF Toy currently injured. We've got Sia Khaleesi currently injured. We've got Cameron Hanekom currently injured. We've got somebody else is injured as well. Albert Lowe is currently injured. Those four are sort of the big names currently not involved in the loose trio. I think that's about it. I mean, Jean-Luc Dupre, maybe he had a few concussion symptoms, but he wasn't named in part of the injuries. And yesterday, Don Human said he was okay to go. So, Marco van Staden is apparently a core member, according to Rassie Erasmus. And that's kind of obviously, but I think that he's someone who's spot in the squad. What the box seem to think that it's very nailed down. I think that number 6 jersey is still very much up for grabs. And I think that Marco van Staden's got a unique opportunity to have had 2 games in a row, which he probably wouldn't have if Sia Khaleesi was fit, to get some game time and to sort of prove himself. But I do think he needs to start putting in some performances. We've never really seen him do what he's done the Bulls at at the box. We've never seen a man of the match performance, for example, from a Marco van Staden. So that's obviously going to be a big part of him this weekend, trying to prove that he's a proper option, because I think we've got players. They're reckoning a Renzo Duplessis. I think somebody like a JC Pretorius is coming through very nicely. I think that we're seeing Cameron Honeycomb could potentially do that role as well. So there's lots to look at with regards to our loose forwards and how we can sort of balance that, because at the moment we've got to find succession plans for players who might not make it. Siaklisi at this stage is going to be managed to try and make the next World Cup. Peter Steph is going to be managed to try and make the next World Cup. So that's your 6 and 7. But what happens if they don't? And now Marco van Staden right now is your next choice, number 6. But who are the other options? You know, and number 7, you've got Peter Steph who's right up here. Now, who's after that? Vincent Tuka is now getting his chance. But Ben Jason Dixon has tried and hasn't really managed to nail that down. Albert Loos had some nice cameos, probably been one of the better ones. But Franklin Moss had to fill in there as well. But I don't think anyone's really sort of grabbed that number 7 jersey and been able to really make it their own. And I think until we start seeing that, we're going to have to continue looking at other options. Because my biggest problem is that Peter Steph, for example, World Player of the Year, we know that if he's fit, he'd start ahead of anybody else on the planet. But if he's not fit, then we've got issues. And we've got to make sure that we've got options so that if he isn't fit, that we can cope without him. And that's where I think Vincent Tuka's got a unique opportunity right now to be that option. He probably would have played last year had he been eligible, but we've not been able to, Home Affairs hasn't been able to sort that out in time for him to be able to get a good enough game time. So now he gets the opportunity. He needs to make it count. Last week Saturday, he was making it count. And I think that he's got all the attributes to be able to succeed. But we've got to find out where we can make it work. So, yeah, I'm going to sort of wrap it up pretty much there, people. We're going for almost half an hour, and we're going to go sort out the press conference for you guys so you guys can hear what Rusty Rasmus has to say about everything. But let me know what you think about the team in the comments if you are watching this retrospectively. We did do a poll about, which has got 260 votes so far. And of that, Williams has got 45% of the votes. So, right, there we go. You got the date wrong. Which date wrong? There is no date. I don't know. A bit confused about that one. Anyway, we're playing on Saturday is the main chance. People, we will have the press conference from Rusty Rasmus up very quickly. And we will have some more videos about sort of diving into the squad. We're also going to have the fan forum, by the way, return on Thursday evening, which will be live. A live opportunity for you guys to jump in. So please do support that. We're going to do a lot of effort into it. Potentially a bit of a Bri stream going, which should be quite a lot of fun, a bit of a fire in the background and the likes of that. So, yeah, make sure you come and join us then on Thursday evening. We will potentially be live tomorrow as well for a new show to kind of dissect the squad in a bit more detail. But please do smash the like if you are new. Make sure you subscribe. And big shout out to Tariq, who became a member of the Forever Sports Members Club. If you would like to join that membership, the link is in the description. We really, really need as many members as possible to try and up our coverage and give you guys the best opportunity of seeing the box. So, yeah, smash my like on the videos.
Yeah, he just did a stiff neck. It was nothing serious. That's all cleared up now. But he had a bit of a Achilles, not a strain at all. He's just really stiff there, you know. So we just want to make sure. Overall, most of the players, you know, I don't think there's a player that will play more than eight or 9 matches for us this year. So, you know, rather make sure that Achilles is 100% ready. But it's nothing serious. The scans, everything shows clear. So we just careful with him.
Just confirm, Jesse is still a captain?
Yep, Jesse and Eben vice captain.
Yeah. Is the decision to keep or to give the job to Jesse or stay with Jesse?
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that you have given in the start.
No, for sure. I think, you know, the more we can give, you know, we don't want to give hand out captaincies like it's something, you know, that people don't deserve. I think Jesse is somebody that thoroughly deserves that, and the more we get guys like that, understanding what a captain needs when he's not captain, the better it is. We know what we always get out of Eben. Eben probably won't go 80. We hope that Jesse can go 80. Not that Eben won't make a 80, but we know we'll probably make a sub there somewhere between, him and Loot. So, we'd like to have the captain on the field. Sia, we know, he understands the bomb squad and all of those kind of things. So, some nice continuity with Jesse. He's always been a leader, and he did really well for us last week in that rain, controlling the game with all the other senior players in the team. So, yeah, it's a nice opportunity for him to be in a test, a captain, and not a Barbarian game.
Rusty, even before you were coach, Eben and Loot were the first, the number one combination. Just to see Loot back now, back with Eben, must be pleased about that whole road that Loot has travelled.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. First of all, we all thought it was really serious when he pulled out of the preparations or the final squad for the 2023 World Cup, and we thought it's quite serious. And to see him back, both shoulders. He had so many shoulder problems, but he looks all healthy. He's really in the best shape. I think he's in better shape than in 2019. So, and I think also the guys do rest a bit. When the bodies rest for 2 years or something like that, you don't have another 50 or 30, 40 games that your body has endured, if that is the right word. So, the age might be between 32, 33, but I think the body might be a 29-year-old. So, yeah, the whole team is glad to have him back. He's a very sharp guy. He's a guy that studies the game a lot, and he certainly brings a calmness. But then, we'll have to give other guys also opportunity, like, Salman must come into the mix. Franco certainly deserves a start somewhere. There's a couple of flocks, but it's nice to have him back.
Good morning, Coach. What are you expecting from Italy on Saturday? And maybe what you are hoping Italy will bring to the field?
We've been there when Italy beat us, and I can remember the World Cup pool game. We actually organized that game to be probably our most vital pool game in 2019. You know how big that game was. I think they reserved the red card in that game, which maybe swung the momentum a hell of a lot in our way. But that game was really nervy for us, and a lot of the players who's here can remember that. And then since Casado has taken over, the new coach, he certainly has brought a lot of simplicity to their game. Where they were always, I don't know if that's the right word, they were always a very flamboyant team that ran from everywhere. And I think last year was one of their best years, the year before last year. Yeah, last year was one of the best years that they had. They had quite a good year, and I think the first two games in Six Nations, they really manned up. I think because they only have two clubs to pick from, they sometimes run out of players. They only have two clubs really in the URC that they can pick from. But the way they played in those first two games, we're expecting passionate, like they always are, physicality to a point that we must handle that, and a really structured, good kicking. I wouldn't say conservative, but it's not the Italy of 2-3 years ago. It's a really well-structured team, I believe.
Thank you. Are you just able to take us through, outside of CSE, are you able to take us through the other immediate injury concerns in the team?
Yeah, I don't have the list here, but I'll go through my head. I actually just spoke to Tux and Tunu just on the phone before I came in, and we thought there's going to be a 6-7 week injury, but it's looking good for him. Obviously, we got Boan in for cover there. Then, Frans Malherbe is definitely out for the season. Jean Klein, 6 weeks, knee, definitely 6 weeks. The way Munster will obviously give more clarity on that. It's their player, but he's got a knee injury, which we think it will be at least 6 weeks. Sia next week back, I think. Jean-Luc is just, I said it once of other player earlier this year, and I got it wrong, but his wife is giving birth this weekend, so that's why Jean-Luc is going back. Then Grant Williams next week. Fly-offs all good. Centers, nobody injured. Mapimpi next week ready with his hamstring. Yeah, I think I've covered everybody. Is there somebody I missed? Peter Steff next week ready. Lucanio will only be in the rugby championships. Rugby Championship.
You sort of answered the question that Peter Steff not available for this week, but obviously Vincent did really well last week, and you've given him the opportunity at number 7.
Yeah.
Was there, I suppose you could have gone to Franco Mostert or someone like that. Was that a reward for last week's performance?
Yes, and last week was a barbarian match. There's not a lot of guys that's getting capped this weekend, but there's certainly, Krappies hasn't got a lot. The only other test match, I'll get to Vincent now. The other test match Krappies has played was in the rain, and then it was against Australia, I think. And this one was again in the rain. And I thought Krappies did really well, and so did Vincent. I thought Asenati was really solid, and Marnus I thought was really solid. This specific game, we don't have Peter Steff available. We just lost John Klein, so Franco must probably focus more on lock for us. Obviously, I have RG also on the bench. But Vincent was certainly a hell of a busy last week. I mean, if you take the 2 tries away, and you don't measure that as a man of the match performance or player of the match performance, but you go and look at his work rate. It was exceptional for a blindside. It was almost in the, I wouldn't say it was in the physicality of Peter Steff. I think he must still up the physicality to test match level, but his work rate is phenomenal, and the more test matches he play, I think the better he'll get.
Guys, 2 more minutes before we switch off bloggers, so any questions for Gaza? Ross and then Anami?
Classes.
Gaza, obviously you've been out for a year from the Springbok team, struggled with injuries and all that. You even had a few full storms this season. How are you feeling and thrilled to be back in the mix?
Yeah, I'm very happy to obviously be healthy and to be back in the Springbok squad and team. As I said, it's been a difficult year, 2 years with injury, and then obviously with the suspension, it's keeping me out to play rugby. But very happy to get another shot and for the coaches to believe in me and to get my opportunity again to play. I'm looking forward to it and I'm excited. I'm a bit nervous, obviously. I haven't played, and the last game I played was in the Rugby World Cup final. So I will have to obviously get in and hopefully just do my primary job, and hopefully the rest of the boys, I know they will take care of me and look after me. So yeah.
Sorry.
Buongiorno da Johannesburg, allenamento degli Springboks che originariamente doveva tenersi all'Ellis Park, il tempio del rugby sudafricano. In realtà siamo venuti al Johannesburg Stadium e peccato perché il sottoscritto l'Ellis Park non l'aveva ancora visto. Vabbè, tant'è. Vediamo comunque l'allenamento degli Springboks dopo che ieri Rassi Erasmus ha annunciato la formazione che comincerà la partita di sabato a Pretoria contro l'Italia. Sarà la 7ª sfida di sempre sul suolo sudafricano fra Springboks e Azzurri, non li abbiamo mai battuti a casa loro e sarà la prima sfida di sempre a Pretoria. Sudafrica che rimarrà qua fino a venerdì sera per poi andare alla capitale a 60 km da qua, praticamente a ridosso della partita. Diverso il discorso per gli azzurri che si trasferiranno a Pretoria e si gioca all'Loftus-Versfeld nella giornata di giovedì, quando Gonzalo Quesada annuncerà la formazione degli azzurri. Facce da tenere d'occhio nel Sudafrica, beh, sarebbero tutte: Damian Willems, il numero 15 che ritorna, Andre Pollard, numero 10, nuovamente titolare, Ebenezze in seconda linea che prende il posto di Jean Klein. Certo non c'è sia Polisi, il capitano, ancora infortunato, lo stanno recuperando pian piano se vogliamo, e magari sarà pronto per la partita del 12 luglio, sempre contro l'Italia, quella che potrebbe essere quella del 100° cap con la maglia degli Springboks per Philly Leroux, che invece partirà dalla panchina. Occhio su Vincent Cituka, numero 7, ha giocato con i Barbarians una settimana fa facendo bene, segnando 2 mete. Quella era una partita che non assegnava il cap ufficiale e allora per lui sarà la prima occasione ufficiale con la maglia degli Springboks. Stesso discorso per Jesse Kriel, che con l'assenza di Sia Colisi sarà capitano per la prima volta ufficialmente con la maglia degli Springboks, 67° capitano nella storia della squadra al momento, 2 volte campione del mondo in carica, capitano anche come detto contro i Barbarians, ma come già detto quella partita non conta ufficialmente come numero di presenze con la maglia green and gold. Questo allora l'allenamento degli Springboks qui al Johannesburg Stadium. Nel pomeriggio avranno conferenza stampa, per l'Italia giornata di riposo, ma con un evento molto particolare che coinvolgerà anche la comunità italiana qui a Johannesburg, un evento per il Made in Italy che comunque fa parte di questa tournée del continente africano. Dopo aver battuto la Namibia venerdì scorso, adesso ci misuriamo con i 2 volte campioni del mondo in carica e la situazione onestamente potrebbe essere molto diversa. A voi!
Clearly not your first rodeo.
Good. No. Yeah. Go. Nice. Yeah. Maximal understanding. No one else. Yeah. Level change shots, we can get a few level change shots. Here we go. Going 3 minutes, fellas! 3 minutes!
That's it. That's it. Perfect. Thanks.
Moving, patterning forward, moving, patterning. No. I thought I said that.
It's 5 minutes, guys.
I can borrow you. Yes. Myself and Brownie here. We get the MPS with Jonesy and with Stock, please. Top to the bike. 70%. Right. 8 goals in here. Front doors.
Welcome back to South Africa.
Yes.
Is it nice to be back here and just being in the South African environment around family?
No, it's great. It's great being back. It's always fun coming back home, and this time it's for real. So really looking forward to the future. But no, it's also always great. It's great being back in camp with the guys. You know, it's such a special place, such a special environment. So you just try and enjoy every moment because it's really unbelievable.
Are you looking forward to joining the Bulls? And, I mean, there's a bit of reactions at the moment there, and I'm sure you're not reading anything into that. Are you just looking forward to ending off your career basically at Loftus?
You said I'm ending my career at Loftus. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to get into anything from the Bulls. I'm excited to come back to South Africa and play rugby in South Africa. But for now, this focus is solely on Italy, and we're ready for what's coming this weekend.
I was watching the British Lions today, and it seems the Northern Hemisphere are moving to playing a lot more attacking rugby. The Springboks are trying to evolve more on attack. How do you see rugby going, and are you enjoying the way it's going and the way the Springboks are evolving?
Yeah, I think for a few years defence was overpowering the game a little bit, and the guys had to get creative on attack, and they surely have. You can see it. It's really becoming evident that teams are attacking a lot better and scoring a lot more points, making it tougher for defences. So we really enjoy it as players. I think every team's got their own way of doing it. We trust the system that we have. We think it's the best one for us as a team. But it's a good thing, and I'm sure the supporters enjoy it as well. It's tough at times if you have to defend it, trust me, but it's a good thing.
And with Tony Brown now in his second year with you guys, are you seeing more nuances coming in from how he wants you guys to go?
No, absolutely. I mean, with Brownie, every week is a next step. He's such an evolving coach. He's always looking for something extra. And it's really refreshing working with him. It's really fun. So we enjoy it. We haven't unlocked all our potential on attack yet. I think this team's got a lot more in it. But again, it's going to take time. The more we play together, all of that will come together. And we've got unbelievable players. So the more time and space we can create for the boys outside, I reckon that's the plan.
And hopefully with the dry conditions this week, and fast track it in the Highveld after the rain last week, you guys can maybe take it to another level.
No, definitely. That's the plan. But listen, Italy is a good team. We're not going to underestimate anything that they bring to the party. They are physical and passionate. So we got to put in the hard yards first before the pretty stuff happens on the edges. So it's going to be a tough start to the game, definitely for sure. But we're ready for that, and then we'll see what happens from there.
I'm wondering, having played for Leicester Tigers, you would have had a different vantage point of the Italian teams. What have you made of them so far, both from a Zembre and a Benetton perspective, and in the Six Nations?
Yeah, I think in terms of the domestic teams, the URC boys probably have a better idea than we did in the Premiership. But just analysing them this week, listen, it's a team with a lot of threats. They've got great players. Menoncello, I mean, he's unbelievable. So he's probably the best centre in Europe at the moment. So listen, there's a lot of threats there. We've got to stop that first, which is important. And we got our way that we think is going to be best for this game. But yeah, it's an evolving team. You just look at their last results over the last 2 years. It's been a couple of very good wins, a few very close calls against top teams in the world. So they're on the rise, and you can see that belief in their team. And it's up to us to stop that.
Just talk us through Jesse getting the captaincy. You've captained the Boks on a few occasions. That means a lot. But I mean, your career path with them from under 20s through the national team has been quite similar.
Yeah, listen, I think Jess is probably the hardest working guy I know. He's been that way since we've met each other when we were 18 years old. And for me, there's nobody more deserving of it. I think as a player and in a team, you want to follow somebody that leads by example. And we've got Sia, and he's just unbelievable, and he will come back. We know that for sure. But Jesse is a guy that we can look at and just think, okay, listen, this guy's leading from the front every single day, every single training session, and that's the kind of guy you want to play for. He's a great friend of mine, and we've all got the utmost respect for him, and that's why it's such an easy transition for him to just slot in there. And I'm really proud of him.
What do you make of this Italian pack? We spoke to Don a few days ago, and we just spoke about how good their scrum is too. Maybe just what are you expecting from them just in that matter?
Oh, yes, I mean, the Italian pack has obviously proven themselves, especially in the Six Nations. We saw how well they scrummed against top packs. They have a system which they believe in. And I mean, yes, they're really proving themselves to be a threat in the pack, and obviously they have a plan which they back, and you can just see in all the games they played. Obviously they have two clubs, Benetton and Zebre, at the moment, and obviously a small pool of players to pick from. But I mean, the talent is there. You can see that they're willing to work hard. They're very passionate, and it is going to be a tough day at the office. But yeah, as they have a system they believe in, so do we, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
Maybe could you just also talk to us about Marcus from the Narva? When he spoke, he said that he came in here and was asking about 20 questions on the first day. Maybe just talk to us about his inclusion and what he's brought to this team.
Yeah, obviously a guy like Marcus, I think he was with us at one alignment camps early in the year. Yeah, I mean he has proven himself since playing for the Cheetahs, and obviously moved overseas to go play for Scarlets. It's a good thing that the coaches have been keeping an eye on him. I mean he has proved himself. All the games he has played for Scarlets, he has really fronted up as a hooker, and obviously he's quite talented when it comes to poaching and all that, mobile around the park. And yeah, I mean, coming to a Springbok environment, he did ask me quite a lot of questions, but also helped me to remember some of the stuff that I forgot. But yeah, he's really fitting in well, and I was very excited about being here and just being around this awesome environment that we have here.
Wongi, as a forward, just talk us through the sponge that is a hybrid player, and what you've made of it, and how important it is for the evolution of a team and the evolution of a World Cup cycle.
Yeah, no, I mean, Andre, special talent. It wasn't his first time being on flank. I think he's done it in high school. He was telling us how he played in high school. For the Sharks also, he's played a bit at flank. But yeah, you can see he's a unit. I mean, who wouldn't want to move on someone like that on the side of the scrum? Also, very skillful when you need him to make those long passes. And he's quite solid in defense. So, I mean, great asset for us. What the coaches do with him is up to them. But for us, yeah, we enjoy him wherever he slots in and fits in.
Next thing is we're going to play hooker. Andre, just on the flower of competition, and because you remind me, Sasha, there's a lot of skill there and competition. Obviously, you guys are going to rotate a bit before the rugby championship. But just how do you see the flower of competition?
I think it's absolutely brilliant. I think we are so blessed with so much talent in this country. And as long as you keep it healthy like it is at the moment, we just push each other as hard as we can. The best thing I can do for them is push them every single day in training, and vice versa, them pushing me every single day. And we've all got different skill sets and different things we can do well, but we've got to learn from each other every single day, try and evolve our games together. If I can learn them anything and they can learn me something, great, and we just become better as a group. And so far the competition's been really healthy, and long may it be so.
Have you been helping Marnie with his kicking?
I don't get involved with guys kicking. If they want to ask me a question, I will, but it's a very personal thing. Yeah.
Just gonna come down and under you.
No stress, no stress, no stress.
I know it's gonna fight with you because they did this. If you don't mind, you can go down. Just see how open you go.
Steady. Kijk van bij. Anak bergerak, awam dah yang seperti pemain beri kamera. Can fight. Next slide is proper. Say kau di alam. Keep it there. Keep it steady. Thank you so much. Stand next to her. Bunny. Bunny. Going once. Going twice. Bunny. I won't help. I won't help. Going twice. Going once. 1 minute. No. Asif Aniti. Pass the pots. Where's he? Okay. Thank you guys.
The sports staff are out. I don't think the bus here is.
Hello.
Yes, are you?
Sorry, Paul. Sorry. That's good.
Two World Cups, professional answered, ACR caps. Where does Springbok captain number 67 rank in that?
No, it's obviously very special. But yeah, I think all of those other things are in the past, and we've got a test match to focus on tomorrow. So very excited. Just saying earlier on that I'm in such a fortunate position that I've got such strong leaders around myself. Guys like Sia has been incredible, man. Yeben, Handre, you can go through the whole team. There's so much experience, and the guys are just so willing to help and give advice and just be there when you need someone to ask a question. So I'm extremely lucky in that sense, and I'm very proud to lead a team that I can honestly call a lot of the guys some of my best friends, and it's a really special occasion and something that I'm very proud of.
Jesse, you mentioned the other leaders in the side. How would you describe your own leadership style?
I think I've always tried to be a leader that leads by actions. I think when you play in a team like this, not much has to be said. I don't think. I think I've had great examples in the examples of guys like Sia. I think if you look at our coaching staff, they also lead by example with how hard they work and the work that they put in. Guys like if I look through our whole guys like Dwayne when he was captain, Handre. You look at Luat. You look at I can name everyone in the team. The guys lead by actions. They work hard, and they get the job done. And I suppose that's kind of the blueprint in the way that I want to lead and the way I want to go about doing things. So yeah.
Mike? Jesse, while you guys obviously respect Italy, the whole rugby world has written them off. Does that make them dangerous? They got nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think that's a massive mistake by the rugby world. I think Italy's an extremely passionate rugby nation, and they're a very good rugby side. We've certainly haven't done that, and we respect them very much. And I think we've shown that through our preparation throughout this week. It's been an intense week of preparation, and we're expecting a very passionate Italian side that comes out to Loftus tomorrow. So we're really looking forward to the challenge and excited about it.
Questions?
Congratulations, Jesse.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Was it an easy choice making Jesse captain when you had your meeting?
Yeah, I think it started before the Barbers game, when Sia was not available at that time. And like Jesse mentioned, we've got a lot of great leaders in our team. But I think for us, what people don't understand when it comes to our leaders, at first they need to train well, work hard to be selected to play. So that's one thing I like about Jesse, like you just said now. Yes, he's a very, communication-wise, he's got good communication skills, but one thing that made us easy to make that call was the fact that he probably at the moment is one of the best outside centers in the world, and the way he always conducts himself around the team, leads by example, very professional. So I think, yes, we do have a lot of great leaders, but for him, I think the way he also led the team against Barbers, so it made it easy for us to, for this week, when Sia was not available, then it was an easy call for us to make with Jesse. Otherwise, like we Jesse also touched on it, we tried to make sure that we build more strong leaders in our system. So for him, I'm very, very proud of what he has achieved, and always say to people, I think the storyline behind Jesse as a leader is, this is the guy who's been with us for years, and there was a time he was not even the number one outside center when Lukhanyo was playing. Lukhanyo was probably one of the best outside centers. Jesse was always there to help Lukhanyo. They always helped each other, even if sometimes it's not in the match 23. So that is something that I respect about him. So I think it was an easy call for us to make.
Coach, given seeing the Italian side in the announced yesterday, where would you say the threats are from the Italian perspective?
I think their backline will always be dangerous. If you look at the guys that are not even on camp, you know, the couple waters where they rested, you know, and so they've got some dangerous outside backs. You've seen some of them when they're playing for their clubs, you know, in the URC. Some of their players, they're very, very skillful, you know. So that is something we're going to have to make sure that we handle tomorrow. And the fact that they're also now trying to build a squad depth, you know, giving youngsters opportunities. So which is something we've been doing in Parade for the past 4 years, you know, where we keep rotating. So yes, they're going to be dangerous, you know. They're going to be dangerous. But yeah, like I said, for us, it's about what we want to execute as a team, you know, where we started against Barbers, you know, in the wet conditions in Cape Town, you know, but the way we've managed to control the game. So that was the most important thing for us last week, and we just want to make sure that we keep improving and getting better and how we execute our plans. You know, I think you can't ask for any better team, because if you look at Italy, the way they've been playing in the Six Nations, you know, they had good results even when they played against teams like Ireland. You know, they were close until the end. You know, so we have to make sure that we give them their respect and make sure that we pitch up tomorrow. Once again, we couldn't wait to get back on the field, you know, and play for our people in South Africa. So Loftus is going to be a special place, and we're looking forward to it.
For you, Skipper, tomorrow also a very big day for Vincent Chitoka's official Springbok debut as a captain. Is that an occasion where you take him to the side ahead of the game and have a few words to him, or do you leave him to feel that experience by himself and sort of navigate that experience on his own? How do you deal with that as a skipper?
I think that comes back to what a great squad we've got. I think you've got a guy like Sia who's been mentoring Vince and been helping him in trainings, been talking to him. So I don't have to do anything tomorrow. I think Vince knows exactly what his job is. And yeah, we're so lucky to have players that are, it's competitive, but guys want to help each other to get better. So a guy like Sia, I've seen him in training helping Vince, telling him you need to be here, you need to be there. If you'd done this could be better. So it's awesome in that sense that I don't have to do anything to tell Vince. Vince knows exactly what he needs to do. He's extremely talented, and I think he can become a really good Springbok.
How important is it to start the international season on a positive note?
It's extremely important. I think as a team, we've worked really hard in the last 3 or 4 weeks or the last month. We know we've got a massive season ahead, and we want to get off to a good start. We know the impact of us winning in test matches, what it does to South Africa and what it does to our nation. So we don't take that lightly, and it's something that the boys are all very aware about, and something that excites us as well. So yeah, we really want to get off to a positive start.
Jesse, obviously you want to start all games well.
Yeah.
When you come up against a team like Italy that thrives on emotion and passion, how important is it to shut them down early in the game, not let them get wind in their sails and those emotions up?
Yeah, it's extremely important. I think emotion, when you look at Italy, it's something, like I said earlier on, that they pride themselves on. So for us, it's just about focusing on the task ahead. Once we finish singing that national anthem, it's about what's your next job, what can you do, what is your role, what can you do to get yourself into the game, and I think that's what we'll be focusing on is what our roles are and doing your job.
Guys, whenever people talk about Italy, they always talk about passion and that, but where do you guys feel Italy have improved the most technically? Because they've obviously become a much better side technically as well.
Yeah, they're very well organized team. You know, if you look at even the stats in the Six Nations, you know, and the way now they've balanced their game, because everyone keeps on saying they like to play running rugby, but you must look at the stats of kicking. You know, this is a team that probably average around 31 kicks per game. You know, so they're very, very organized as a team, and also having a coach from Argentina, and we know Argentinians are also very emotional people. So I think now they're getting a good balance in the sense of controlling the emotions and make sure that they convert them and also into rugby. You know, so yeah, they're a very organized team. But once again, like I said, this is a team, if you give them too much space and time with ball in hand, they can also hurt you. So I think the most important thing for us, something that we spoke about during the week, is always try to make sure that we improve the way we want to play and make sure that our game, we keep building it. And yes, you know, we take pride on how in our physicality, we take pride in how we, in our kicking game, we take pride in our defense. And now having someone like Tony now, brings something different, different energy when it comes with ball in hand. And you can see the guys now, they're starting to have confidence, if you look at our outside backs, the way they're scoring tries. So I think that is something that for us as a team, we want to keep on making sure that we keep building on it. So that's going to be the most important thing for us. I think physicality should be one of the main things first.
Annalie, last question, then bloggers off, and then we can ask further.
Jesse, did the Seawolves give Danny time off to come and watch you as you captain the Springboks for the first time?
Yeah, they obviously they finished their season now, but he's with his family that side, and I think they've got a trip booked and everything. So he'll be over there, but he'll be supporting and watching the game. So yeah, he's not going to be here, but he'll be supporting.
Just the last one, sorry, quickly. Just to get back to Italy, when he asked, what would you say to people to convince them to come out? If they say this is just a weak team you play, what can they expect from this game?
I think they can expect a very physical test match. I think they can expect you can expect guys like Ches and Colby and Kurtley Arendse getting the ball in their hands and making magic. And then from Italy's side as well, they've got special players. So I think it's going to be a very exciting test match. We all know that the Loftus crowd is a special one. I played a lot of rugby up in Pretoria, and it's a very special place for a lot of the guys. So I think special stadium. It's the first official test match of the year for the Springboks. So I think the occasion is going to be extremely special.
By the sky with all over.
Where's your jacket?
Had a lot of learnings because we played really against two of the best tight heads in France at the moment, rated by their coach, who was coaching the Barbas. So I had a little bit of inside info. Unfortunately, it was after the match, but I knew it because, obviously we had a look at them. And, we gave them all the respect that they deserved. But there's a lot of experience going there, and we know the French mentality.
A lot of guys playing in France, especially in the front row. So they made it a big challenge for us.
And I think for our guys, not just the guys that started, but even the guys came off the bench, there was big learnings out of it.
Don, while you took the Barbarians obviously very seriously, is there a different feel about a test rig? A change in intensity or a change in approach when you're actually playing a full-blown test match?
I think the big difference is the Barbarians is not playing week in, week out. So I don't think we tried to do a lot of analysis on them, especially individually, but unfortunately they haven't played the week before. So obviously you must go and have a look at all the different teams where they were playing. And we tried to have a look at them there. Obviously this week it's a proper test match team that plays regularly. So I think we can do even more homework on them. That's a big difference for me between the two.
Some areas where
I must say defensively, I think we were very, very good. I was very happy the way, and obviously I can assure you that Tony is very pleased with the tries that we scored. Obviously the learnings, definitely we tried to get better in every area of the game. And I think we got to the point where we actually tried to improve ourselves as well, by individually, not just as a team.
Can you just tell us about your time with Coach Dan and the form and maybe how that has helped you?
Yeah, so we obviously had breaks in between the URC. So my parents are from Bloem, so while visiting them, and Coach Don made time for it. And yeah, it's just helping me grow and helping me with small stuff Coach Don knows, and doing anything to possibly make me a better player. It was obviously hard work, and yeah, it was quite nice to do as well.
Yes. John, in terms of analysis, is there anything that you can read into the trouncing victory Italy over Namibia at the weekend?
To be honest, definitely there is a learning, because obviously most probably I would say 80% of those players we will be facing this week. So what I can tell you already is they got 4 penalties out of the game. They got a scrum penalty, not a scrum penalty, a penalty try out of the game. And I know the guys are playing, especially in the front row for Namibia. There's some experienced guys there. I think there's some of those guys that had already been in 3 World Cups. Arnold Skutsie and Chucky, the hooker. So, I mean, even though they concede 1 penalty, I mean, it's still a proper side. And obviously, I'll take anything. Even if they play it against Verkeerde Vlei, I'll take it.
Good morning. Are you able to give us on what the nature of John Clay's injury is? And the fact that the Boston got so much depth that looked like they're opting not to replace him, how much of a positive effect?
Yeah, man, I must say, I'm very sorry for John. It's not, who's apparently injured. I'm not in the medical department yet. I'm a doctor, but a scrum doctor, not a medical doctor. So I'm getting there. But I'm not too sure what's happening exactly. But we're fortunate that we have numbers. We're fortunate we have guys that can play lock as well, like Kobus Visa coming in as well. And I mean, like you all know, Peter Steph can always cover probably all the positions on the field for us. So we're fortunate having them, and obviously we're having probably a lot of experienced guys with RG and Eben who's available as well. So we're fortunate in that position.
And when Jean-Luc been cleared of these HRA?
As far as I understand, yes, he came actually back on the field after he'd been assessed. So yeah, I think he's available.
Good morning, Don.
Good morning.
Bringing you to your best. Show your memories of your time you spent in Italy, in Treviso. It's a long time ago, I think.
It was a long time ago, but yes, I was fortunate. I was playing for the Cheetahs, and then I went for a season to Benetton Treviso. And I think we went on and won the Campeonato. Yeah. I think so. And it was a really amazing time there. It was, I'm not going into the food today, but I'm just saying it was awesome. No, it was unbelievable. I learned a lot actually as well. I remember our tight head prop was playing for Italy at that time, Franchino Proverzi. Am I right? Yeah. And next to me, the Italian captain was Alessandro Moscardi. So yeah, I still know a lot of them, and I'm still in contact with Alessandro. Yeah, send him my regards, please.
Just your thoughts on Andre Estes playing with Honk and weekend hiding to the scrum and that move going forward? Potential there?
Well, potentially he's becoming so vital for us. If you think now he's a hybrid player. He can play forward and back. He's almost as big, if not bigger than some of our flankers. He's definitely bigger than Kwacha. But anyway, I can assure you I'm very happy with his size coming up in the scrum. But I think it went very well for the first time. Although it isn't really the first time that he's actually playing flanker. I think he played in the past for the Sharks also. Am I right? So I think it went very well. I'm glad for him. And I'm glad there's obviously learnings where we can get better at that position, especially coming scrum time. Sometimes, you know what, if you train in the weekend behind the loose set and then he moves in the game to the tight head side, I'm not sure. But anyway, we'll get better at that. And I'm wishing really for him that he makes it his own position.
Just on Andre Estes there as well. Did he also go to your farm? Did you work with him there as well? And just what sort of attributes does he need? I mean, he's obviously got the size and the speed. be around the park, but what do you still want to see him develop in terms of that role?
I'm sure he can still develop in his scrumming and in his mauling ability, but no, he didn't go to the farm. He hasn't got the invite yet. Yeah. But we'll make a plan for him soon.
Don, you haven't really elaborated on your farming techniques. It's often tacit knowledge. It's very difficult to transfer. And some of the world's best coaches find it difficult to synthesize and share that with other people. Can you give us some insight as to how you work with the athletes, how you program, how you prepare them, and what the week or what the training sessions tend to look like? It's the art and science of the scrummers, I'm sure.
Yeah, basically, obviously first is always, if you want to scrum, you must be conditioned to scrum. And obviously we focus on a little bit of conditioning as well. Not so much weight loss. It's actually getting better coming scrum time. I'm thinking only about scrums most of the times. And the farm, obviously, in my off time when I'm not there with the box. But it's basically to focus on the fundamentals of a scrum, because I don't think you can really work on a scrum when you're only by yourself. You need to scrum against something as well. And as I said in the past, I don't think you can really improve scrumming against a machine there. Although there is a little scrum machine, it's a technique machine, which I find very, very interesting and helpful for us. We're using it at the box. So very pleased that we could use it, because at the moment, like last week, I think the Lions had one. Basically all the big provinces in South Africa got one. So yeah, it's literally to focus on the player himself and getting him ready and giving him the best chance when he get into the Bok camp, so that he can adapt to the way we do things and get better already before. But was never, what can I say? The intent was always to get them better. It's not so much on focusing on other stuff.
By the sky with all over.
I mean, two of the best in Rabas. Seen it was after the match, but I knew it because, I mean, obviously we had a look at them. And, I mean, we gave them all the respect that they deserved. But there's a lot of experience going there, and we know the French mentality.
A lot of guys playing in France, especially in the front row. So they made it a big challenge for us.
And I think for our guys, not just the guys that started, but even the guys came off the bench, there was big learnings out of it.
Don, while you took the Barbarians obviously very seriously, is there a different feel about a test rig? I mean, a change in intensity or a change in approach when you're actually playing a full-blown test match?
I think the big difference is the Barbarians is not playing week in, week out. So I don't think we tried to do a lot of analysis on them,
especially individually, but unfortunately they haven't played the week before. So obviously you must go and have a look at all the different teams where they were playing. And we tried to have a look at them there. Obviously this week it's a proper test match team that plays regularly. So I think we can do even more homework on them. That's a big difference for me between the two.
Some areas where
I must say defensively, I think we were very, very good. I was very happy the way, and obviously I can assure you that Tony is very pleased with the tries that we scored. Obviously the learnings, definitely we tried to get better in every area of the game. And I think we got to the point where we actually tried to improve ourselves as well by individually, not just as a team.
Then can you just tell us about your time with Coach Dan on the farm and maybe how that has helped you?
Yeah, so we obviously had breaks in between the URC. So my parents are from Bloem, so while visiting them and Coach Don made time for it. And yeah, it's just helping me grow and helping me with small stuff Coach Don knows and doing anything to possibly make me a better player. It was obviously hard work and yeah, it was quite nice to do as well.
John, in terms of analysis, is there anything that you can read into the trouncing victory Italy over Namibia at the weekend?
To be honest, definitely there is a learning, because obviously probably I would say 80% of those players we will be facing this week. So what I can tell you already is they got 4 penalties out of the game. They got a scrum penalty, not a scrum penalty, a penalty try out of the game. And I know the guys are playing, especially in the front row for Namibia. There's some experienced guys there. I think there's some of those guys that had already been in 3 World Cups. Arnold Skutsia and Chucky, the hooker. So, I mean, even though they concede 1 penalty, I mean, it's still a proper side. And obviously, I'll take anything. Even if they play it against Verkeerevlei, I'll take it.
Good morning. Are you able to give us on what the nature of joint claims injury is? And the fact that the Boks got so much depth that look like they're up to not replace them, how much of a positive effect?
Yeah, man, I must say, I'm very sorry for John. It's not, who's apparently injured. I'm not in the medical department yet. I'm a doctor, but a scrum doctor, not a medical doctor. So I'm getting there. But I'm not too sure what's happening exactly. But we're fortunate that we have numbers. We're fortunate we have guys that can play lock as well, like Kobus Wiese coming in as well. And I mean, like you all know, Peter Steph can always cover probably all the positions on the field for us. So we're fortunate having them, and obviously we're having probably a lot of experienced guys with RG and Eben who's available as well. So we're fortunate in that position.
Jean-Luc been cleared of these HRA?
As far as I understand, yes, he came actually back on the field after he'd been assessed. So yeah, I think he's available.
Morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Bringing you to your best. Share your memories of your time you spent in Italy, in Treviso. It's a long time ago, I think.
It was a long time ago, but yes, I was fortunate. I was playing for the Cheetahs, and then I went for a season to Benetton Treviso. And I think we went on and won the Campeonato. I think so. And it was a really amazing time there. It was, not going into the food today, but I'm just saying it was awesome. No, it was unbelievable. I learned a lot actually as well. I remember our tight head prop was playing for Italy at that time, Franchino Proverzi. Am I right? And next to me, the Italian captain was Alessandro Moscardi. So yeah, I still know a lot of them, and I'm still in contact with Alessandro. Yeah, send him my regards, please.
Just your thoughts on Andre Estes playing with Fonk and weekend having to describe and that move going forward? Potential there?
Well, potentially he's becoming so vital for us. If you think now he's a hybrid player. He can play forward and back. Well, he's almost as big, if not bigger than some of our flankers. He's definitely bigger than Kwacha. But anyway, I can assure you I'm very happy with his size coming up in the scrum. But I think it went very well for the first time. Although it isn't really the first time that he's actually playing flanker. I think he played in the past for the Sharks also. Am I right? So I think it went very well. I'm glad for him. And I'm glad there's obviously learnings where we can get better at that position, especially coming scrum time. Sometimes, you know what, if you train in the weekend behind the loose set and then he moves in the game to the tight head side, I'm not sure. But anyway, we'll get better at that. And wishing really for him that he makes it his own position.
Don, just on Andre Estes there as well. Did he also go to your farm? Did you work with him there as well? And just what sort of attributes does he need? I mean, he's obviously got the size and the speed to get around the park, but what do you still want to see him develop in terms of that role?
I'm sure he can still develop in his scrumming and in his mauling ability, but no, he didn't go to the farm. He hasn't got the invite yet. Yeah. But we'll make a plan for him soon.
Don, you haven't really elaborated on your farming techniques. It's often tacit knowledge. It's very difficult to transfer. And some world-based coaches find it difficult to synthesize and share that with other people. Can you give us some insight as to how you work with the athletes, how you program, how you prepare them, and what the week or what the training sessions tend to look like? It's the art and science of the scrummers, I'm sure.
Yeah, basically, obviously, first is always, if you want to scrum, you must be conditioned to scrum. And obviously, we focus on a little bit of conditioning as well. Not so much weight loss. It's actually getting better coming scrum time. I'm thinking only about scrums most of the times, and the farm, obviously, in my off time when I'm not there with the box. But it's basically to focus on the fundamentals of a scrum, because I don't think you can really work on a scrum when you're only by yourself. You need to scrum against something as well. And as I said in the past, I don't think you can really improve scrumming against a machine there. Although there is a little scrum machine, it's a technique machine, which I find very, very interesting and helpful for us. We're using it at the box. So very pleased that we could use it, because at the moment, like last week, I think the Lions had one. Basically all the big provinces in South Africa got one. So yeah, it's literally to focus on the player himself and getting him ready and giving him the best chance when he get into the Bok camp, so that he can adapt to the way we do things and get better already before. But was never, what can I say? The intent was always to get them better. It's not so much on focusing on other stuff. Okay.
Don, also again on Andre Estes, just in terms of the way you guys work with the bomb squad, etc. And there's been obviously a lot of discussion about the 7-1 and all that, but do you see that sort of thing going forward, that you might even get to an 8-0 with players like that on the bench?
Sometimes those kind of questions come my way. I make it sweet and short, and I just refer it to Rassie, but I think he can contribute, whether it's a back or a forward. Whether we go 8-0 or 7-1 or 6-2 or maybe 4-4, it's also doable, thinking now of it. But anyway, I just think it's helping us. And the moment it's helping the box, getting the country better for the country, then we're happy about the decision.
So, and then after that, Logan's right. Coach Don, just talk us through the evolution of South Africa's props. I mean, there is the front half of the Major League gets his retirement. Just talk us through how you're managing, and along with the players, how you're managing the evolution of the Springbok props leading into the 2027 World Cup.
You know what? We always keep our eye, because I think we got so many players in all different clubs in the world. Is it 21? I'm not sure. That forms a Springbok group. So we keep our eye on all the players, basically, playing in Europe, wherever they are playing, in Japan, in France, and obviously in South Africa. And obviously you want to create a bigger base. The bigger the base is, the more players you choose out. And obviously then you identify certain players. And that's the advantage. In fact, players can play all over the world. So at the moment, we're trying to...
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. It is Springbok Test Match Day, the first official test match of the year, and it's up against Italy. We're over at Loftus, and we had the team arriving earlier. We've had lots and lots of build-up throughout the week. It's an incredibly strong side for the Boks. Over 1,200 caps in the Boks side today. and some pretty incredible stats when you compare it to what is a very youthful and inexperienced Italian side. And it's a bit sad because, I think that, Italy are very talented at the moment with the sort of the next generation coming through. And on their day, they can prove it to be quite a tough team to beat. They are missing lots and lots of players. And, in the interview just before here with Casero, who is the Italian head coach, spoke about the fact that they lost 7 players within the last 2 weeks type of thing. And some of those players are incredibly big players as well. However, there's still some very nice players in this Italian side. And what I think we're going to see is step 1 of the international season for the Boks. For today, it's about making a statement. It's about getting out there in a test match, putting a lot of the plans into action, getting a big performance. Expect to see a lot of rotation after today. Expect to see a lot of rotation against Georgia in a few weeks' time. But today, we're all about Italy. We're all about the performance. I think that's the big thing that we need to focus on today. It's all about what can we get out of the game, and what you can get out of the game is individual performance, I suppose, and sort of trying to work on what is being done long term. Yes, you're probably not going to get the type of challenge you're going to get against an All Blacks, against Australia, against Ireland, Scotland, the likes of that, but you are in a test match, and I think there's a reason we've gone with certain combinations as well. So very exciting. People, I want you to start letting me know, where are you guys watching the game from? Let's do a bit of a check-in, see how many different sort of continents we can kind of tick off. Where's everybody watching from? What is everybody looking forward to? We're going to score predictions a little bit closer to the game. We've still got just under 25 minutes left to go until kickoff, so plenty of time. No need to rush here, people. We're going to have a look at the Springboks side, and then have a look at exactly what we've got there in the Italian side, and where we should be a little bit nervous about some of the players. Somebody like a Tommaso Menoncello, a Six Nations player of the season winner, as well as the youngest player ever to score in the Six Nations itself. So before we look at the Springbok side, I want you to smash that like button. We've got almost 2,000 people watching. Share the link with your friends. Get as many people onto the link as possible. Let's get those likes up to over 200. So right now, stop what you're doing. Like the video if you are supporting the Springboks. Like the video if you are joining me and having a beer. It's been a very long week, so let's enjoy this. And without further ado, let's have a look at exactly what the Springboks are going to give us when they take to the field. Being led by Jesse Creel, who will become the 67th Springbok captain ever. And this is the side that he will be leading out. Right, so there we go. That is the Springboks side for this afternoon. One thing you'll notice looking at that side, caps on caps on caps on caps. Over 1,200 caps for the Boks. Less than 300 caps for the Italian side, which we will look at in a little bit. Very interesting to see some of the combinations. I think we've pretty much got, if everyone's on form and fit, our strongest tight five out there today. Oxenchair, Malcolm Marks, Wilco Low, Evan Etzebeth, Lua Diaga. How good was it seeing Lua Diaga back in a Springbok jersey last week? And I'm expecting a very big game from him this weekend. You then got something like a Mark of a Star and get an opportunity. Sia Khaleesi still with a bit of a niggle at the moment, so not available for today. Vincent Tuka, Springbok debut. Very long awaited. If you've been watching in the builder, we actually showed the podcast we did with him 4 years ago when he was really sort of coming through at the Lions, and he spoke about the fact that this was his dream. He wanted to become a Springbok. This was the one he wanted to do, and he's been working towards this dream for a long time. And obviously, he had to get sort of his paperwork sorted, and that kind of pushed back when he was going to eventually become a Springbok because he wasn't eligible, but now he is eligible and trying to add a word, eligible again, and I think he's going to have a great game. Jasper Wiese into the side. Morne van den Berg finally getting some dry conditions. He's played 2 starts for the Boks, and it was very, very wet conditions. And in the at fly half, we've got Andre Pollard back in, and then Kurt Lance, Damien Dillon, Jesse Creel, Chesson Colby, Damian Willems. It's the backline start of the World Cup final a few years ago, minus Morne van den Berg. Faf de Klerk on the bench. Bongi Manambi, Jan Hendrik Wessels, Vincent Koch, the OG bomb squad locks of Arceus Neyman and Franco Mostert, Kwaka Smith, Villaroo involved there as well. Let's go through some of the comments, shall we? So, I saw a couple of people watching from all over the place, and Ron is watching from Cape Town, asking where everybody's at here. Impress Designs is watching at home, which we assume is in South Africa. Jack Jabeur saying South African in the Maldives. Howdy, Steve. How are you doing, Jean? Thank you very much for jumping in. Petrus Boyson jumping in from Shreveport in Louisiana. Tracy's already thrown in a bit of a prediction going at Cape Town. Boca 50, Italy 15. Brian Porfu's watching from Dubai. Ron is on the Brunners. We'll get onto the Brunners soon. We're actually doing a bit of a competition. Well, not a competition, but a bit of a goal, something that we've been trying in the recent things. And if we get 5 super chats, we will then move on to the brandy, something that a couple of people were laughing about potentially trying. So we're going to schedule it today. So I'm on the Bears. If we can get 5 super chats in and we reach that goal, which you can see in the comments over there, we'll switch to the Brunners. Eduardo is watching from Cape Town. Edith is a Safa in the UK. Your local bestie is watching from South Africa. I'm seeing Indonesia. I'm seeing East London. I'm seeing Fourways just down the road from me. I'm seeing Egypt. And as Ron's saying, how's everybody's day going? How are things going? Matt, yes, unfortunately, our cameras did get stolen on Thursday. It's been a very, very long week, to be perfectly honest. We were covering one of the games, one of the sponsorship announcement, that Hyundai announcement on Thursday, and our car got broken into, and we've lost, cameras, lots of different equipment, mics, the whole spiel. That's why, if you haven't noticed that, my little yellow Forever Sports mic cover, that's, I've lost, we got other one stolen, so we've had to send that one to Loftus. So, it's been a long week. We lost a lot of stuff, all stuff we've been basically building up since we started the channel. So that was on Thursday. It's been a long 48 hours trying to get everything sorted and trying to work with what we've got for this week, this weekend. So we are trying to make a plan. We're on phones. We're on, flipping whatever we've got, basically. So that's why we did put a post just to apologize if things look a little bit different this weekend across the channel. That's why we will hopefully be back to fully operational in a few weeks' time. Hopefully insurance comes through and we get a lot of that stuff back. But either way, the show will go on, and I'm just glad to be watching with a box. It's been very stressful, and now I'm just keen to sit down, enjoy a beer or two, speak to the community, and enjoy the rugby, and just put everything that's happened in the week behind. So seeing more people watching from the USA, Brad from Michigan, Desmond from Missouri, Russell from Oregon. Cheapers, we've got a nice big American contingent in today, which is very cool to see. Right, we are playing against a very inexperienced Italian side, but there are some big names in it and some talented players. Let's have a look at exactly what Gonzalo Caseta has named and see where some of the players that we need to look out for will be in across the field. Right, so there we go. A very inexperienced Italian side. And I'll tell you what, there are still some players to watch out for. And very, very cool. I don't know how many of you guys might have seen it, but there is actually a player, and he's in the number 21 jersey today, David Odiasi. Now, if you guys have been around and watching lots of rugby clips recently, you might have seen a clip of the Italian under-20 side. And it was a very passionate, I think it was actually in South Africa, before the under-20 championship. And there was a clip of the Italian under-20 captain giving a speech, and it's a phenomenal speech, and it's translated, and it's all about, you know, we are Italian, we're going to basically put our body on the line for our country, we have got this privilege to sort of represent, and it's an incredible speech. That man is David Odiasi, who was born, he's a Nigerian, he was born in Colombo, in Crema in Italy, but from Nigerian background, and I'll tell you what, he just screams future Italian captain. Really, really inspirational guy, very good player as well. But very cool to have watched that video and think, now that guy's going to be playing once again in South Africa against the Springboks for his debut today. So it's an exciting young Italian side. And I know we've been feel like we've been saying it for a while. This Italian side is an exciting one, but there are. You look at the Italy under-20s and the results that they have, and they've been getting progressively better. And even this under-20 championship this year, they are not a walkover by any means. And we're going to start seeing those sort of players come through. So unfortunately for Italy, they've got a bit of an injury crisis because they've had such a long season. And you've got no Paolo Garbizzi, you've got no Montiawani, Dino Lamb, you've got no Federico Razza, you've got no Michel Lamora, you've got no Capiozzo, for example. There's lots of players missing. But it's a very exciting Italian side, and maybe they might not be able to provide the sort of contest we might want this afternoon. Not that we're going to underestimate them, but from an Italian rugby point of view, this is a big game of development for them, because they're going to need a lot of players who are going to play their first ever games, get their caps, and they're going to understand what it is to play against the best team in the world, especially the Springbok side, which is probably the strongest side in the world at the moment. You know, very close to our strongest side. So the experience they're going to get is absolutely huge. I'm expecting this to be pretty straightforward from the box. This is not me being arrogant. This is just being very realistic with the Italian side that has been picked, and you know, the South African side that we've picked as well. But that Italian side, I think they actually beat New Zealand in the under-20s, and they just lost to no, they beat Ireland and they just lost to New Zealand. They've got Georgia on Friday. So expect to actually potentially go through to the semi-finals if they can get a good result. So let's see what they've got to offer. We're very shortly going to see the teams coming onto the field. We'll have the national anthems of both teams very, very shortly. And some of the other people that were checking in, Vancouver in Canada. We've got people in China. Rido Abrahams is watching from the Western Cape, Cape Town, House of Mensa. And also, now's the time. I want score predictions. Score predictions and beverage check-in. You know, we always do this on the channel. We do a beverage check-in, basically say, what are we drinking here? Are we on the brandies? Are we on the beers? So give me your score prediction. Let me know what you're drinking. We've got kickoff coming up very shortly. Here come the Italian side, wearing a very, very nice white jersey, by the way. Macron has been operating with these Italian kits as they come out to the field. We're going to have the national anthems very, very shortly. They're going to be walking past that sign that talks about Loftus's altitude, saying it matters. That is going to be a big thing as well. And we do have a proper bomb squad to come on later for the box. So here we go. It is Nicola Canone leading out the Italian side. His brother is in the number 8 jersey. Two very talented players. And one of the stronger parts of the Italian side is that loose trio that is playing this afternoon. So let's do a check-in. I've got Tanta coming in with 71-17. I've got Greta Hart coming in 31-12. Greta, by the way, is our number 1 top fan today at the moment. She's been engaging throughout the stream. So a bit of a race on to see which of the other big sort of top fans at the moment. Tapang reckons 79-17. We've got Kendall Williams coming with 47 points to 12. LVN saying Springboks 64 to 18. Bobby Stain reckons 87-10 to Springboks. Super Soldier's going to Spice Gold. I tell you what, I love me a Spice Gold. Tapang, yeah, with that prediction, 17 points to 7. Bobby Stain says he's drinking a Clippies and Cola. So is Dion Free, by the way. And yeah, our 3 MPs with the one guy. I keep saying we just need to draft him into the squad at this point. I mean, all of these guys are pretty ripped, but we all know the one we're talking about. Put him on the flank, release him. He could be an hybrid player. You would give Andre Estes on a run for his money. And Jacques Jabessa, I'm in alcohol-free countries, so Super Jelly for the brandy drinkers. Well, we'll have a brandy for you, Jacques. And real seconds, Springboks 14-7, being very conservative. I'll be very upset, actually, if it was only 14 points to 7. The fireworks are going off. The pyrotechnics are coming off. And Jesse Creel is about to lead on the box and officially becomes Springbok captain number 67. What a moment this is for Jesse Creel and for the Creel family. His brother playing over in the States these days, but he's been an incredible servant for the Boxers, Jesse Creel. Something that I think he really deserves. And what a moment this is as he releases them out here. Come on, there we go. Oxen chair there with nobody bailing. I don't know if anybody watched last week, but Asinati and Klabakanya actually tripped and fell as he came out running onto the field. A little bit of nerves there for Asinati. He'll learn from that. Make sure he won't slip the next time. And yeah, here we go. And the player's not playing there. It's Siya Khaleesi, Maurice van der Merwe, Edel van der Merwe all watching on. Wilco low into the side. So give me score predictions and keep getting them here, people. We've got, so John reckons 46 points to 23. Quinton and Tion Fishing Adventures going 42 points to 24. And we got Vicky Landsberg going in 35, SA, Italy 12. We're moving into the national anthems. It'll be the Italian national anthem first, followed by the South African national anthem, and then we will have kickoff. It looks like a pretty stacked Loftus. Couple of empty seats. It was incredibly expensive, if we're going to be brutally honest. And South African Rugby still reckon that they are very much fairly priced when it comes to their ticket prices. But yeah, we're going to move into the national anthems, and then when we get back, we will officially have kickoff. So please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe. We're on the journey to 100,000 subscribers. We're looking to try and get to hopefully about 88,000 today. So if you are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel and yeah, help us on that journey. But let's try and see if we can get to 500 likes, shall we? Well over 200, which is good to see. Let's see if we can get to 500 likes before the end of the first half. But for now, the national anthems, and when we return, we have got kickoff. Right, there we go. The best national anthem in the world. I'll tell you what, it's a very emotional Italian side, and you know why not? It's a side that lives on emotion. You can just see Nicola Canoni, a couple of tears there. David Odiase, who I mentioned, the former AC under 20, Italian under 20 captain, also a few tears the first time he's singing the national anthem as part of the Azzurri side. Here we go. Vincent Tuka about to become a Springbok. Holly Davidson, by the way, with the whistle. She's a really, really top-notch ref, and yeah, I'm a big fan of her. And we've got kick with Andre Pollard going down the left-hand side. Springboks season is officially underway, and an early touch for Lorenzo Canone just outside the 22. And ball available here for Alessandro Fasco. And it's been tossed down by Eben Etzebeth. Eben Etzebeth is on after them, and it's a good kick coming from Italy downfield, and it's knocked forward from Andre Pollard, not his best first touch. And we'll go back for the scrum, the early scrum. They're not the worst thing to have an early scrum, to be honest, because that is going to be one of our strengths today. Probably start that from Eben Etzebeth, though, with the charge down. Yeah, not brilliant from Andre Pollard. They just knock it on. So we're going to have an early scrum here. Unless they're going to take the line. Yeah, it's going to be a scrum. Not the worst result, I don't think, because we're backing our scrum here. One of the best, this particular side, one of the best scrums in the world. I mean, Wilco Low could well be one of the best tight heads in the world at the moment. So we're going to back him to potentially get a penalty here. But it is an Italian feed. And yeah, Harley Davidson not happy with how that's looking. Yeah, so Harley Davidson just giving some instructions there. Very good referees, Harley Davidson. I think the leading women's referee in the world. And yeah, I'll probably put it in the top, almost top 10 these days. So communication is flawless. That's the one thing. And I always say, when it comes to referees, I want good communication. That for me is so important. You find good communication, and that makes for a really, really good referee. Right, so here we go. Let's see if we can try and get a decent hit here. That looks like a pretty good one. Ball comes in and straight back out. Yeah, Italy's not messing around. And a bit of a fumble. But ball over the top and a bit of space to the right-hand side. And this is going to stay on the line. Might be able to keep it in. The ball's just not popping up for him. It actually almost could have worked for them. Not a bad early scrum, though, that from Italy. They'll be very chuffed with that. And off the back of the line out, we've now gone to the boot, and Eben Etzebeth's gone chasing, falling back to Loert de Jager. Mooi van den Berg to the right-hand side, though. Oxenchair pops it up, but no advantage, going back for a knock-on from Eben Etzebeth. I'm not sure what's happened with our teams over here. Let's try and fix that. Right, in the meantime, we'll just switch to the screen until we can sort that out. So just wondering what's happening with our data provider. I'm trying to show you the teams, but there we go. So not a bad start there from the scrum time. Let's see if we can try and get a bit more of a hit this time. But Italy, you can see, are trying to get that ball out very quickly, and they do that again. Fasco goes to the right-hand side to Leineck. Mooi van den Berg, half tackle, and SPV's trying to get over the ball. Ball pops up and into contact takes... Now ball available for Fasco Etzebeth, just getting his timing slightly wrong. Tested now for Damien Willemse, takes it very well under the high ball and a bit of pressure. Mooi van den Berg gets it out nice and quickly, pops up to Malcolm Marks. Now Mooi van den Berg just taking his time, shaping up for the box kick. Kurt Lawrence was after that, and Kurt Lawrence almost holds on. Not forward is the course, so knock on advantage for Italy. Big counter coming from South Africa, which will just concede the scrum, which they do. So have another scrum. A bit sloppy early on. So there he comes off the chest of Curtly Orenser. Then he tries to grab it. I think it does just forward. Yeah, it's definitely just forward. I don't think there could be too many complaints about that. Come on, guys. So we've yet to get our first scrum penalty here. We've had 2 good hits, but Italy, I think, have done their homework, and they're just getting this ball straight and trying to get straight back out. It's gone down. Free kick for South Africa, and Moy van den Berg wants it quickly. Does take it quickly. Now here he goes, Moy van den Berg. To Mark start. Eskom puts his head down, playing in his home stadium. Now to the right side, Damien Delendi, his first carrier of the day. Coming around the corner, Malcolm Marx is actually one of the songs they sang at the Barbarians. On the left-hand side, Lotiago. But Andre Pollard, a bit of a poor pass, but well tapped on by Damian Vincent Tutuka, who's made a nice carry. And just knocked it on there, did Moy van den Berg. I'll tell you what, got a little bit lucky there, did Andre Pollard. Trying to really up the tempo here of the game here, of the box. You can really see Moy van den Berg. And then just a boot popping up as he was taking it. The boot from, I think it's Curtly Orenser. But you can see that the pace of play the Springboks trying to play at is very, very good. Trying to up the ante, trying to really get through it. We've got our teams back, and to answer your question, the captain this afternoon is Jesse Creel. That's a huge scrum from the box. In fact, it's at the box side. Moy van den Berg uses it, goes to Pollard. Pollard to Delendi. Delendi goes himself. Still going, shrugs off, 1. Still going is the Delendi. Eventually brought down. Giacomo Torre finding out what Delendi is. Now it's a good carry around the corner there from Jasper Visa. To the right hand side goes Moy van den Berg. Good pass out to Jesse Creel, the captain for the day. Ball available for Moy van den Berg. Down the blind side. No shape to kick. No, he wants to go himself. Spins away from 1. Almost a hard tackle. Penalty advantage from Harley Davidson. Pick up and go from Jesse Creel. Up towards the touchline. Needs to try and stay in. Does stay in. Good take that from Lotiago. Almost gets through half a gap as well. On the front foot. Pick up and go from Jasper Visa. Curtly Orenser now pick up and go. Change the Collier ball. Now goes forward. We're going back for no advantage. Go back for the penalty. And I'll be very surprised if we see us kick for goal too many times this afternoon. This will be straight towards the corner. Right, there we go. So Cape Town Girl says, people in Canada and US Super Sport Rugby on Amazon Fast Stick or IPT apparently. So there we go. Cape Storm says, 47 points to 10. I'm drinking rainwater in China, wishing for a black label. Can't wait to get back. Cheers, guys. Well, there we go. And Old School clearly showing that they watch absolutely zero rugby whatsoever with that sort of comment. It's 2025 and people still choosing to be very ignorant. Brett Wilkinson says, box 54, Italy 10. Gentleman Jack is what he's got in the glass ahead of him. Good take that from Vincent Tutuka. Provides it as well. Welcome to start and pops it up to Moy van den Berg. Good hands to Jason Colby. Good take that from Vincent Tutuka. Malcolm Marx now. So far, Italy's defense has been pretty solid. Now Vincent. Working hard through the tackle. A couple of it. Still going as Vincent Tutuka. Such an active player with ball in hand. Moy van den Berg. Looking for options. Goes to Mark Verstaden. Caught quickly though. Even Etzebeth though. Going through the phases here of South Africa. Just probing this Italian defense. Moy van den Berg pops it up to Lotiago. It's a big hit on Lotiago though. Marco Verstappen leaves it for his Bulls teammate Wilco Low. Now to the right-hand side. Malcolm Marks puts his head down. Almost a bit of a chop tackle on them. Oxen chair. Italian defense so far standing pretty firm. Morning van den Berg to the right-hand side. Eben Etzebeth gets over one. Penalty advantage here for the Boks once again. Going in behind from Damien Delendi. And I'll tell you what, Jesse Creel is over there. Has he got Crowley? I think he has. It was a great kick in behind. And the captain, the 67th captain for the Springboks, has got another try to his name. Well, I'll tell you what, how cool is that? The day you become... We're going to have a check here, I think, with the grounding, but I'm pretty sure he's all right. So we're just going to have a check at the grounding here. I think on-field decision sounds like it was a try. Damon Delendi. Just to see, I think if he's actually behind him, he might just be in front is the problem. Damon Delendi with the dummy almost actually then putting him just offside. So we need conclusive evidence yet that this was offside. Jesse Creel does get in front. I don't think there's any... Yeah, we're just checking to see if he's in front of the... It's difficult on the angle. He does look slightly in front, but on the angle, he could be very... I mean, as you said, very flat. We've been seeing all day, as HJH knows, been watching all day. We've been checking grounding from British and Irish Lions games to New Zealand games. I think he's in front, you know. I think he's in front. Right, well, try is going to be awarded. Well, there we go, saying that there was not sufficient evidence to cancel out the try, and therefore... So, Jesse Creel now with the try. It's a good kick coming from Andre Pollard. No issues there from him. And 7 points to 0. Well, there we go. Good start here. 2025 international season. And the first test try goes to Jesse Creel. Down in the middle of the park to Italy. And Damien Willemse away to the threat. Makes a good take from the kickoff. Morning van den Berg goes to the boot. And Elizabeth pots it back to Morning van den Berg. Good work that from the big man. Now Marco Verstappen goes back to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard lifts it in the air, and Chesney Colby will go up. Knocks it backwards, I think is the call. Back into Jesse Creel. No issues there, says Holly Davidson. So Morning van den Berg now to Wilco Low. Italy have barely touched the ball so far. But, and a penalty for not releasing, or hands behind the ball, says Holly Davidson. So Italy's tough start gets even tougher. It's against the captain's brother, Lorenzo Canoni, one of my favorite players in this Italian side. All right, and once again, go straight to the corner here. Springboks, they're all about the tries today. This is what we're on about. We're about the tries. And this Italian side under a lot of pressure early on. Pretty much the perfect start so far from South Africa. Harley Davidson wants to have a conversation about the gap being presented by Italy. Or the lack thereof, rather. Straight through goes Jesper Visa, brought down. Lutiaga with a silky touch at first receiver, and Damon Delende sends Lynach flying, but loses the ball in contact. Knock on advantage for Italy. There goes Lynach. Oh, it's a horrible kick. I'll go back for the scrum. Little deft touch, though, from Lutiaga. At first receiver, just a little pop next to him. The soft hands have been pretty good so far, so it's a nice touch from Lutiaga. Damon Delende, if he just managed to recycle that, we could have been in there, to be honest. But not a bad start here. Probing already. So another scrum this time, once again, for Italy. We get to have our own scrums. We actually haven't had a scrum penalty yet, but the scrums have been very good. And that's why Italy have been very quick to get the ball out the back. And it's a big kick coming from Giacomo Dore, but not gone particularly far. And the Springboks will have a line inside the 22. Mickey reckons that surely Creel was in front of him, and they're basically saying there was not enough conclusive evidence to suggest that he was. HJA says French B team always plundered the All Blacks while the Azuri can't get off their own try line. Look, to be fair, the French B team, I think, is potentially better than this Italian side. It's a very young Italian side. Look, I know it's a very young Italian French team, but a lot of these guys playing in your URCs and kind of fringe players for Zebra rather than like starters for. And that's the thing with top 14, having 14 sides versus 2. You know, you got so many players playing week in, week out at that level. And you're sort of seeing what the difference is so far. But it's a good, nice carry there coming from Jasper Visa. Off the line, Morne van den Berg to Wilco Low. Morne van den Berg must be absolutely loving the dry conditions. Now around the outside, Damian Willemse. Up towards the touchline, needs to come back inside. Does come back inside. Still working hard as Damian Willemse. So good to see him back in the green and gold. Backwards is the call. Morne van den Berg on a bit of pressure here. After Chisholm Cole missed that, but he does well to get his knee on the ground and clean up. Jesse Creel now goes to Vincent Tuka. Pops it short to Jasper Visa. Jason Colby practicing his scrum off skills. And even Etzebeth, he's lined up and he's hammered back. One thing the Italians are doing very well is they're basically just sort of nominating the big ball carriers and looking for those sort of 2-on-1 tackles. So it's a good defensive step. Now this is where we all got to start. Bit of space here with Damien Willemse who goes to the 22. The ball comes on the right-hand side. Andre Pollard picks it up. Playing at Loftus where he will return in a few months' time to wear the Blue Bulls jersey once again. Now Volko Low. Also playing at his home ground. First players is the call. He's actually won it as Zanon. So turnover ball here. It's actually Zuliani. And DeRay goes down the right-hand side looking for the touch. Does find touch. A good kicker. He's got a big boots, I'll tell you. De Giacomo DeRay. Not particularly happy, and they're just under so much pressure, Italy, just struggling to sort of really get a foothold in the game. 26-year-old flyer from Zebre. Was at the World Cup a few years ago. Has played a total of only 4 games for Italy, so still very new to the Italian system. Malcolm Marks just waiting to feed the ball into the line-out here. So far, 77% possession. Got a bit of a break in play here. I'm not entirely sure why. So, by the way, if you're looking to go to the Springbok games this year, we are giving away tickets to our members club. So, if you'd like to consider becoming a member of the members club, link in the description. Also, when you do become a member, you get access to a whole bunch of little emojis, including some really cool ones. So, I want to try something. We've actually got a big thing that says try. When we score tries, I want to start dropping those emojis if you're part of the members club. We've got lots of memes of Rassie Erasmus. We've got exclusive content for you, some of the training content and stuff as well. And it's a good contest that from Italy. So it's turnover ball here. By the way, there is a replacement. Simone Ferrari's off for Hasa. It's an early sub here for Italy. Hopefully that's just an HIA. We might see Simone Ferrari a bit later. Now up they go. Curdy Orange, but it comes back off Leineck. Back into the hands of Nicolo Canone. It's good work there from Louis Leineck. But over it, of course. Well, it wasn't knock on because over it was Malcolm Marks winning the breakdown. The biggest breakdown threat in the Springbok side, Malcolm Marks, and over there like a flash. So struggling a little bit with the high ball here at both teams, actually. I haven't seen, I think Damian Williams has taken one quite cleanly, but that's pretty much about it. We've yet to have our own scrum, which is quite frustrating because you just feel we just need that one feed and then we can really get into it. Much better scrum that from Italy. And Lou Liner coming off his line there to the centres. Quick ball here from Alessandro Fasco. Trying to find a bit of space. There is Marco Zanon. Fasco now back to the right-hand side. Good hands, good hands. Simone Gessi's come off his wing, finding a bit of space. Pops it up to Fasco. Fasco shows and goes. Bit of a hospital pass. Menoncello absorbs the tackle of Moy van den Berg, but Damien De Lende is trying to get his hands on the ball. Available for Fasco to the right-hand side. Back to Donnacona Dore. Now Leineck gets past Moy van den Berg. Canone. Solid carry from him. Fasco to the left-hand side. Italian backlines well set. Good hands. A little poor pass that. And stabbed in behind by Jacobo Trilla, but Jesse Creel is there together. JC Creel looking for options. A little bit lateral. Tries to straighten. Gets the ball floated away to Malcolm Marks. On the 10-meter line now, the box. The left-hand side goes Morne van den Berg, but he's caught on the ball. Big counter coming. JC Creel is there to clean up. Now, Evan Etzebeth puts his head down. Looks like there's another injury from the Italian point of view. The medic's back on. Morne van den Berg goes back to Andre Polo. Polo, left-hand side. Villensa. Villensa to Creel. To De Lende. De Lende. He just chips in behind. Tell you what, Hurt your answers after this. And Trilla's going to get there, but he slipped. Oh, no, for him. It's ball back to Menoncello, I think, has gone back. And he finds clearance, but it's not a brilliant one. So it'll be a Springbok line inside the 22. That trademark just chipping behind from De Lende. And he just always waited so well. Kurt Janssen was after that, and Jacob Trilla was always going to get there first. But that trip all of a sudden brought Kurt Janssen into it. Trudeau does pretty well, yeah, actually. Just gets away from Menoncello, does well to add an option. And Menoncello takes no time and just hoofs it forward. But an attacking line now for the Springboks. Let's see if we can make it count. Dwayne Vermeulen onto the park now, issuing instructions. One of the water boys. I think it's usually Dwayne, Andy Edwards. There is Andy Edwards. I think there's usually only two these days. And Edwards the S&C for the box, in case you're wondering who he is. Part of the large Irish contingent. There are four of them actually, in the Springbok coaching staff. You've got Felix Jones, Andy Edwards, you've got Jerry Flannery, as well as Paddy Sullivan, one of the analysts. And not surprising given the fact that Rassie Erasmus was an Ireland for for quite a few years there at Munster. Right, ball to the Vincent Tuka. It's interesting how much he's been used as a line jumper so far. Jasper Wiese around the corner. Ball pops up from Morne van den Berg, who shows it goes himself, almost through a gap. The nifty little scrum off. Plays rugby down the road at Ellis Park. Wilco Low just takes the hit. Pick up and go now from Oxen Chair. This is much better from the Springboks. Just brutalizing this Italian defense so far. They got penalty advantage here as well. Trying to suck in a few players. Now Morne van den Berg, so they go to Pollard. Pollard shows him goes himself. RJ Pollard! Not sure that's the right option. Ball pops up and Morne van den Berg pops it up to him, but that's a bit. It's a bit messy. Morne van den Berg wants to go quickly, pops it to Marco van Staden. Just 2 minutes out there of the box, right by the poles. Ball goes out to the right side once again. Oxen Chair jumps on it. No clean ball, no advantage, and Holly Davidson just wants to stop the game here. I think he wants to have a conversation with Niccolo Canoni about the discipline in the Italian side so far, or rather lack thereof, the discipline. It's a yellow card. It's a yellow card. Alessandro Isoko is going to go into the bin, saying that is cynical. I think it's actually a combination, to be honest. I think it's a combination of too many penalties in the red zone, as well as in that particular play, pretty cynical. So that's number 6. Off for 10 minutes. So Alessandro Isoko. So now 1-man advantage. We've called for the scrum. First time we'll have the feed here. And this has got penalty try written all over it. What's got written all over it as well is another beverage. And a big welcome to Suzette, the latest member of the Members Club. Oof, anything better than that sound, eh? Just that as you open a beer. We've had some good scrums here, but we've yet to really get a penalty because Italy have done very well at getting that ball in and out well before there's any chance of conceding a penalty. But now it's our turn. Up it comes, and there's something coming from the TMO here. I think we might have foul play. So I think they were just checking to see if they might have sent the wrong person to the bin, apparently. Nope, so it's just checking. That'll be the first. Imagine being in the bin and you didn't do anything wrong, but then the TMO says, actually, it was your mate. And the other guy's sitting there going, ah, damn, I thought I'd gotten away with one there. Right, what can we do here? What can we do here? There he comes. Now here comes. There's the penalty advantage here. Morne van den Berg now looking for options. He's going to go himself. Here's Morne van den Berg. Picks up van den Berg gets the second try of the day. The easiest try he'll score. It's just, we've just walked over the try line with our scrum, and then he's gone, thank you, bang, bang. The little scrum off says, thank you very much. And after taking a while, to be fair, I mean, it's taken us over 20 minutes to score that second try. Morne van den Berg scores his first international try. I'll wager it won't be his last. Highly rated as the young scrum off. And if you're a member, I want you to drop those try emojis. I'll show you what it looks like. There we go. Drop those try emojis if you are a member. If you'd like to access a whole bunch of stickers like this Eben Etzebeth one. We've got the Rusty Erasmus ones. Become a member. It means a lot to us when you become members. That's what really helps us go to the games, travel around the country, get down to Mbombela, get to Cape Town. We want to go over to places like New Zealand and give you all the coverage of what it looks like over there. And a lot of that support comes from our members. So please do consider becoming one. But try number 2 for the Boks. No issue there from the conversion either. So 14 points to nil after 23 minutes. So far, so good. All pretty much going according to plan as Giacomo Dora goes to the right-hand side. Luat Diago goes up. Warren van den Berg goes to the boot. Lifts it high in the air. And Evan Etzebeth, as he always does, gets there earlier, gets that hand in the way. Knock on is the call from South Africa. Well positioned, actually. Just trying to... And determined. Williams is being dragged along. I don't know who's got the ball here. Italy have got the ball here to answer that question. Back down the angle. Goes Tommaso De Bottomeo. Izakor. So it wasn't actually Izakor. I think it was Manuel Giuliani who went off. So let me actually just change that. In fact, it was Lorenzo Canoni who's been sent off. Poor Izakor's getting a bad rep over here. So it was Lorenzo Canoni who's off the park at the moment. Again, maintain if you... Well, so is Claudia Damons. You'd like to become a member, the link is the pinned comment in the chat or else in the description. It's a small nominal amount every month, and as I said, it really goes a long way to helping us give you guys as much access to the Springboks as possible. Taking you behind the scenes, the team photos, press conferences, training, all that sort of stuff. Look at that scrum. Goodness me. They need to get this out quickly. They do manage to get it out. But it's a bit of a poor pass. And having to deal with that is Marco Zanon. Fusco back to the left-hand side. That's a pretty awful pass. And having to deal with it is Giuliani. Tackle needs to be released there from Malcolm Marks. Now Fusco to the right-hand side. Nicolo Canone. Giacomo Dora. It's a bit unorthodox, but he gets the offload away to Lewis Lanek, who makes a few yards. Penalty advantage for Italy as well. And there is the penalty for offside is the call. But Stuka just being a little bit over-eager. Right, and they're going to take the points here is Giacomo Dora. Not sure it's the right. I mean, 14 points to nil down. So, now 14 points to 3. But they do, actually. They love taking 3 points, as Italy. You often see them taking the 3 points when it's on offer. And no issue there from Dore. So Italy finally gets some points on the board. 14 points to 3 as we approach that half-hour mark. I think so far Italy need to be applauded. They've been not bad actually. Use it as the call, yeah. It's not a bad take from the kickoff. And Fusco needs to find a good clearance. He's hammered it downfield. Damien Willemse, well, there, that's a very good kick from Alessandro Fusco. It's a good kick that from Fusco. It's a really good clearance as we approach the half-hour mark. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes left on the yellow card from Lorenzo Canone. I think it's actually landed on John de Villiers from the sounds of it. Right, Malcolm Marks will feed. It's just inside Italian territory. To the back it goes. Eben Etzebeth. It's right. It's almost behind him. He takes it very well, does Eben. Visa pops up to Pollard. Pollard swings it back to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks down the angle. Kurt Lawrence there. Well, he needs a bit of support here. Warren van den Berg was taken out, so he was slow to the rack, and not enough people responded in time. Canone takes the hit and goes down. Alessandro Fasco setting up to kick it deep for the box kick. MSB's gone too early. And here comes Louis Leinach. Kurt Lawrence is happy to leave that in. It's going to be out on the full. That's a big mistake that from Alessandro Fasco. Yeah, so Evan Etzebeth just getting his timing wrong, trying to put pressure on Alessandro Fasco. They're asking how many people is live today. I don't know what the attendance is at Loftus. I'll wait for our journalists on the ground to give me that information. My guess will be about 53,000. Malcolm Marks goes to the back. Vincent Tuka's taken it really well once again. Malcolm Marks pops up to Kurt Janssen. Kurt Janssen with the half kick. Kurt Janssen through the gap. Kurt Janssen's right in there. Kurt Janssen's going to go over. The try-scoring machine continues. So good. So good. Kurt Lawrence, I mean, it's just it's so well worked. It's pretty simple, and this is sometimes what I love about watching rugby. It's the simplicity of this. Vincent Tutuka, he pops up to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks just pops up to Kurt Lawrence. It's a complete mismatch. That's where the analysis comes in. It's looking at how Italy set up, and they've created a mismatch because Kurt Lawrence is coming on a hit, and in front of him is Tommaso Di Bartolomeo, the hooker. Kurt Lawrence versus any hooker in the world, Kurt Lawrence is winning that fight every single time. And once he's gone through that gap, he's then got the pace to round the other defender, who I think is actually Jacobo Tralla. But that's the thing, he's so quick. And his acceleration is phenomenal. Once he's in that gap, once he's in that space, you just can't catch him. There is a gap, obviously, with the yellow card. But this is just so much pace. It's actually Giacomo Dore who just can't get anywhere near him. But that try-scoring record is absolutely phenomenal. Morne van den Berg goes to the boot, lifts it high in the air. And goes backwards of Italy into the hands of Evan Etzebeth. Morne van den Berg, quick ball to Malcolm Marks, pops up to Andre Pollard. Willemse, long pass out wide to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby slips as he comes to the inside, and he's wrapped up by Simone Gezi. Lutiaga, almost to the gap on the halfway line, presents well. Morne van den Berg pops it to Malcolm Marks. Lutiaga pops it to Jesse Creel. To Tutuka, good hands. It's not a great pass from him. I think it'll drift forward. No, says Holly, happy with that. Morne van den Berg to Wilco Low. Wilco Low just takes the hit. Morne van den Berg. Holly, you got in the way there, Holly. Yeah, I was about to say, she has awarded the scrum. Fair play. And I appreciate Holly Davidson. She clearly got in the way there. Earlier today, we saw a similar thing, but the referee decided they didn't get in the way. Holly Davidson, sorry, it was my fault. I was in the way. We'll move to the scrum. Good refereeing. Because literally, Morne van den Berg got up to the front. I was trying to kick it, and Holly was there, completely freshied it. And there was a... He actually kicked her, to be fair. Difficult to say it wasn't her fault, given the fact that she was actually kicked in the process. Not a bad result, that, for us. We were about to kick for contestable. Now we're going to have a... And putting advantage there for Morne van den Berg. Pops up to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby. Canoni back onto the park, by the way. So let me just remove that yellow card. Back to a full 15 here. Not lost forward there. We'll go back for the scrum penalty. And there we go. 33 minutes here. Penalty. They'll go towards the corner here with the box. And this is the funny thing. As I said, we're about to get kick a contestable. And it's Vilko Low winning that penalty. Quadzilla, he's known as Mtunza, just reminding us. It's a phenomenal nickname. Quads. To be fair, have you ever seen Wilco Low in person? He is a freak of nature, an absolute freak of nature. Damien Willemse steps back inside. Good work this from the box on the back of that line out. Morning van den Berg down to the right hand side. There's to the man himself, Wilco Low. Vincent Chatuka around the corner. Good tackle on him. Ball available. Morning van den Berg pops it up to Damien Willemse. Willemse trying to get more involved. Things you love to see. Morning van den Berg goes to Eben Etzebeth. Oxen Chair puts his head down. Morning van den Berg goes to Lurtiaga. Lurtiaga. Ball available. To the right hand side. Eben pops up to Colby. Colby comes around. Drifting, looking for a bit of space to Colby. Steps back inside. Steps away from one. Brought down by Alessandro Isoko. Pick up a go from Malcolm Marks. Just short. And they try to go for the interception. Lost it for a penalty. For offside is the call, so I think we'll take another scrum, to be honest. Could go for line out, but with the scrum being that dominant, I'll go for the scrum. Right, 4 minutes to go before half time. Like, come on, lads. Let's get to try number 4 before half time. Not that there's any bonus points or anything. Gaten McKenzie sitting next to Mark Alexander. Those two announcing that the games will be shown on SABC next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend. Three penalties conceded so far from HD. Just the one from South Africa so far. So actually haven't been that many penalties conceded, to be honest. They've gone for the scrum, yeah. Ball available from Van den Berg. Goes himself to the corner, and he's over for try number 2. The Fafter Clerk Regen says, thank you very much. He had Kirkley answer to the left. I think it was actually Chesney Colby. Shows and goes straight through the big gap. Over he goes. Try number 4. Easy as you like. Well, somebody even said during the week, and they said, get used to seeing Morne van den Berg, because if you've been listening to Rassie Erasmus, they really, really rate him. John Dierstig last year was talking all about him, saying that they see something in him very long term. all of a sudden, Rusty Rush was talking about the fact that he's comparing him to Aaron Smith. Well, he's got 2 tries in this half. Sally Ann McFarlane watching from Ireland, and Mark Mann saying, if there's anyone here in Berlin, we'll go to Liz to hopefully watch the second half. Well, there we go. If anybody's in Berlin, go and join Mark Mann over there. Good try that from Moine van den Berg, though. Right, and kickoff here, just under 2 minutes to go. Giacomo Dere goes to the right-hand side. This will be Moine van den Berg. He'll take it. It's actually Jasper Wiese. Now Moine van den Berg to the right-hand side. Damien Delaney pops up to Andre Pollard. Kurt Lawrence, a bit of a poor pass, but Damien Williams is there to clean up. Jason Creel adds his assistance. But Zuliani was working really hard at the breakdown. Ball eventually available for Moine van den Berg. He's going to go, I imagine, just short here to Vilcolo. Just takes contact. Just about 90 seconds left on the clock in the first half. Now Moine van den Berg goes to the boot. And finds a decent touch. I once said I thought he was outside the 22. Not a bad kick there for Moine van den Berg. Something he's added a lot to his game whilst at the Lions. Quinton say, watching you in Scotland, thanks for your great work, much appreciated. Well, thanks for joining us. And it's stolen by Eminetibeth, Moine van den Berg. Long pass out to Andre Pollard. Pollard goes to the left-hand side. Delendi fires out to Creel. Now Creel goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse. Wrapped up by Tommaso Menoncello. Thankfully, I haven't seen too much of him with the ball because he's really dangerous. Delendi pops it up to Moine van den Berg. Flat to Oxenchair. Oxenchair pops it to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard goes to Jasper Wiese. Just short of the halfway line here. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Back to Andre Pollard in the pocket. He goes to the boot. Chesn Colby will give chase. And knocked backwards, but back retained by Italy. Now Jacobo Trulla. Spinning away, but Oxenchair makes a half tackle. He gets away, and then Chesn Colby and Moine van den Berg complete the tackle. Over Jasper Wiese goes. Trying to get that jackal. The hooter about to sound. And there it goes. And a turnover ball, no penalty. Ball came out, and Moine van den Berg. No, it's actually not against Moine van den Berg. It's against, I think it's against Vincent Tuka trying to get his hands on that ball at the breakdown. And he doesn't find touch there. So we're actually looking to run it. I'm a bit surprised that Damien Willemse wants to run this. And he gets away from one. Starting to look better and better as Damien Willemse. But we've lost the ball to Manuel Zuliani. And kick over the top. And Damien Delendi will just kick this out. There's actually no need for that. He'll just pop this up to Cheslin. Cheslin says, out we go. Let's go into the halftime and have some oranges. Right, halftime score. 28 points to 3. Pretty straightforward, to be honest. Took us a while to really get going, but starting to look very dominant now. We'll be back shortly, and having a slight break. Go and get your refills for your whatever drink you are having and the likes of that. Make sure that you're getting yourself prepped for the second half. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We are on the road, people, to 100,000 subscribers. That is the goal for the year. So you guys can be a big part of that by subscribing. You know, we're not asking for lots yet. It's free to subscribe. So get involved, go and show your support and become a subscriber. If you'd like to support the channel more, then consider becoming a member. It is the pinned comment. So you can just go there and join the members club. And yeah, we'll be back very, very shortly. So don't go away, and see you in a bit. And we are back for the second half. Welcome back, everybody, to First Sports for the Watchalong. And it is 28 points to 3, the Boks. Putting 4 tries at Italy in that first half. Italy, to be fair, I think we're decent. I don't think it's a score that really reflects how good they've been in defensively. And considering how inexperienced the Italian side is, I'm actually going to drop a wild stat for you, which you could choose to believe or not, but it is true. But it shows you how inexperienced the Italian side is. But they've been spirited and they've retained the ball from kickoff, trying to probe. But I mean, when we look at some of the stats, and the possession stats tell you an incredible story. And that's pretty poor. And back goes Nicola Canone. Alessandro Fasco, all the way back to his own half, goes to Giacomo Dere. He takes all the time in the world before he... there's a bit of a slip there as well. So there should be a free take from Chase and Colby. Right, Godain Vince on his right shoulder. Colby seeing a bit of space down that right-hand side. Giacomo Dere goes back to retrieve. And pumps it downfield. Not a bad option there from him at all. A bit of space there for Damien Phillips. They're still going. Damien Phillips steps around. He's got Morning van der Berg, who, by the way, is on a hat-trick with him. Ball available. They have Oxenchair arriving of all people. 100 Pollard, long pass out wide. There's a 2-on-1 here from Kurt Lawrence. Face a 3-on-1 to Vincent Chatuka. On debut, Vincent Chatuka is over. Come on, there's one person who wanted to score today. It was him. On debut, Vincent Chatuka scores to the Springboks' 5th try of the afternoon. Oh, it's my Lions boys. Just turning it on. Just turning it on. 2 from Morning van den Berg. Vincent Chatuka, as far as I'm concerned, he's a Lions player. He'll always be a Lions player. And I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I don't care what you think. He's a Lions player as far as I'm concerned. Take your other stats and away with you. But Damien Willems, 4 defenders beaten in that patch to play. Long pass from Morning van den Berg. Then Kurt Janssen just commits the player. Commits 2 actually. Offloads to... Oh, no. Don't have a look, Holly. Don't go have a look. Oh, no, Holly. Don't do this to me. They're having a look. Checking the obstruction in the midfield. Oh, come on. Surely not. Surely not. So Damien Willems just steps away from one, gets away from one, bang, gets away from another, bang, gets away from another. No, come on. Come on. He's already past him. No, it's not. He gets away from one, bang, gets away from 2, bang, gets away from 3, and then he runs around Oxenchair. There. Oh, no try. That's heartbreaking. That's so heartbreaking. The wait will continue for Vincent Chatuka for his first test try. Got some stats for you there, by the way. So that's where the territory. Italy have not been in the Springboks 22. How's that for a stat? They have not been in the box 22. I mean, that's pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Now, the stat I wanted to tell you is if you take the combined caps from Italy's number 10 onwards, from Giacomo de Rey, 10, 11, 12 through, literally 10 through 23, 8 players, if you add all their caps together, there are fewer caps than Eben Etzebeth. How's that for a stat? And you've got like somebody like a Tommaso Menoncello in that mix who it kind of maybe just reminds you how inexperienced, how young he is. I mean, we're talking about a player who's 22 years old. 2023 this year, I mean, he won the Six Nations Player of the Year last year, you know, at 20. He's playing his 30th Italian game. But that just shows you how inexperienced this Italian side. Blue Worm says, as a neutral, the TMO is a real killjoy. I agree. Complete killjoy. Oh, forward it goes. And that'll be a knock. A penalty, in fact. Not releasing is the call. And into the corner they go. Italy trying to find a way back into this game. I think it's offside against Jasper Wiese was the call of that penalty. All right, we're going to see the bomb squad. We do have a 6-2 split. And I think we're about to see it get deployed. Often around that 45-minute mark. I mean, poor Italy. But this is looking more in fairness. Be interested to see who gets replaced. I personally would take off Marco van Staden and then leave Vincent Tuka and Jasper Wiese on. I mean, the physicality of that pack then would be absolutely tremendous. And then you've got Kwaka Smith who's got the pace in around the park. But Italy have broken off the back of them more. They're looking pretty promising here. Springboks defense being tested pretty much ready for the first time. In fact, this is the first time they've been in the 22. Literally look at that territory stat on the screen there. And they haven't been in the 22. So that'll update. Lewis Lanek almost ball back inside. Oh, it's a big thumping tackle from Vincent Tuka. But Italy now 2 or 3 meters out. Counter coming from Jesse Creel. Zuliani. Available for Fasco. But comes in and to get himself does Daniel Fischetti. Pops it up to his captain, Nicolo Canone. Pick up and go there from Simone Ferrari. He's back on the park after earlier stint off it. Came back at about the 30-minute mark. Still going out Italy. They're remaining patient here, but finding a couple. Alessandro Issacore. He just takes the hit and goes down. Presents well. Sucks in 2 defenders. Just going through the phases here. 8 phases so far here from Italy. And they're over. And they're over. Zuliani goes over. Well, they finally get something to Italy. It was looking promising. In fact, that's their first visit to the 22, and they are over. That was quite a good game, actually, as Zuliani. And now I've got to brag on a big opportunity to say a big shout out to MXRK for the super chat early on, donating 40 Rand. Very big thank you to that. We appreciate any donations and all donations to the channel, so appreciate you. Big thank you to any super chats we get, any members. Always welcome the support, and all the money goes into giving you guys better coverage. It's better cameras, what's any cameras right now. It's replacing cameras right now. It's travel money to go to different stadiums, different games, stuff like that. So all your support and donations go straight back into this channel. So basically, it just helps your experience get better. But a big shout out for the super chat. And deep restart there from the box. Good take as well from Canone. So 10 points to 28. Angelique, to answer your question, Jesse Creel is the captain today. He's a 67 Springbok captain. Jacobo True under a bit of pressure. It goes to the boot. That's a long kick. That is the altitude, but I think they might be carried back. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah, David saying, no, that's a massive kick. I mean, he would have been that put them from inside the 22 to almost the next 22. Unfortunately, oh no. No. Look at that. There it is. The fireworks are on as well. Here comes. It's a theatre. We've turned rugby into a theatre in South Africa. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, how's that? You've just brought on. Well, Frank Moss actually just dropped it. I'll bring on the lads back. Well, Morley van den Berg slid in there and he's pickpocketed. That's brilliantly done by him. We've just replaced the front row. In fact, I think Oxenchair might. Yeah, we've replaced the tie front. The entire tight 5 has been replaced. And we're about to run into an injury there. So, Archie Snyman, Franco Master, Jan Engine Vessels, Vincent Koch, Bongi Minami on. A brand new tight 5 onto the park. Well, how was that coordination? Two people on the eye screens, and they both just taken a bit on their first on this at the same time. We'll have to work there, lads. I mean, I cannot believe how much we've just created this whole bomb squad narrative and vibe. Oh, cheapers there. I tell you what, the brunners and the drinks are flowing over at Loftus. Andre says, we are never satisfied. They brought in the TMOs to make the rest more honest, to make the rest pick up on more things. Now we don't want them anymore because the trial has been disallowed. Look, we're not saying that it was the wrong call. We're not saying it's not adding to the rugby. I just want my boy to have a test try. So, you know, it's one of those things, you know, in a few months' time when, you know, New Zealand scored that dodgy try, that should be disallowed by all means. But in that moment, I mean, just ignore it. Just that moment, just that time, please. No, but you're right. I mean, it is good, and I do appreciate that there are. You know what I appreciate? I appreciate the fact that they're using the TMO for stupid mistakes that shouldn't be missed. Things like knock-ons and the wrong people getting the opportunity at scrum time, where the TMO can simply say, "No, it was them. Actually, just switch the ball. Cool, off we go." Like things like that should be pretty easy to fix, to be honest. Carry it back. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba da ba. No more subs so far, so not the full bomb squad. We've still got Quacker Smith floating around. He'll be deployed a little bit later, I'm sure. We got a break and play. It's quite a serious injury from the looks of it. I actually haven't been able to see who it is. So I think it's the HIA. Having a look at Jasper Visa's highlights from the day. He's been very good today. Industrious as always. I still think he's the number one choice, number 8. I know some people don't agree. I'm not quite sure why. Aiden Morecambe was the flag bearer. I completely missed that earlier. Interesting choice. Fair enough, I suppose. So an opportunity for the players just to collect their thoughts here and have a bit of discussion. We are sitting at about just about 50 minutes in the game. So an opportunity, please, guys. We spoke about maybe getting to 500 likes for half time. We didn't quite get there, though. We've got well over 2,000 people watching. If you guys can just add your likes, it doesn't cost you anything to just go and throw it in there. Then let's see if we can get to 500 likes here, people. Going to some of the comments over here. Kevin reckons Bongi for president. Andre says bomb squad for cabinet. And Tremaine says, please say hi to my wife, my son. She doesn't believe that we will win. We definitely will. Andre said, you want all Bokke to score? We do, but like Vince Tuka on debut. Yeah, that for me would have been such a cool moment. But it might still yet come, in fairness. It might still yet come. Looking at Nicola Canone, he's been a very good, leading from the front here, has the captain. Having fish and chips saying, pity there was never a flyover unless I missed it. Actually, I didn't see a flyover. To be fair, I would always be happy if there isn't a flyover. I kind of like the fact that it was always an Ellis Park thing, and like it was just reminiscent of 95. The fact that we now have a flyover almost every single game, I think it kind of sort of takes away a little bit from it. I think I'd like to have every single stadium. I like it when it has got its own sort of intricacies. And the flyover being the Ellis Park thing was quite cool. Da, 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 da. Right, so it looks like right, so off on a stretcher. You never like to see that. But we will be able to get it back underway. And recently the likes are going. They are going. They are going. We are past 500. Is 1,000 being greedy? Maybe. 700? I think we can get there. It's all about you guys engaging a little bit here. Throwing some likes out there. Me'll say, it's my dad's birthday. Please say happy birthday, Brendan. Happy birthday, Brendan. Hope you're well. Welcome to the channel. I hope you subscribed. I hope he's liked the video. You know, I mean, come on. We can send out some birthday wishes out over there. Jermaine saying, Marcel didn't hear you. Well, there we go. Sia said, look, missed the All Blacks game. How did they look? A little bit sloppy, but France did play very well. At times, I don't know, it's a weird, I think it's been the theme under Scott Robertson. At times, that All Black side has looked pretty lethal. At times, they've looked a little bit ordinary. And I think today was very similar to that. Very reminiscent of just sometimes looking really good, sometimes looking ordinary. Geordie Barrett, Danny McKenzie has to start. That's what I picked up from today. Thomas says, fair, but they could show a bit more info. It's been 30 years since 95, plus stadium always goes Bokmal for that. Yeah, to be fair, they are adding a lot of different things to the stadium. I was at Mbombela last year, and it was a lot of fun. They had so many different things at the stadium. I can't comment about lots, haven't been there for a while. Anyway, we ball back underway eventually, and Italy are coming from the back of the scrum. Ball is available for them. Alessandro Fasco goes to the boot. Curtly answer. It's allowed to bounce into the hands of Vincent Tuka. Comes away with it. He's had another good game as Vincent Tuka. I think probably one of the best 7 options we've seen in the last few years that has looked comfortable. Of the new 7 options, for example. You know, we've had Franco Master play at 7, for example. You're not too many options here. Curtly answer with his space. Eventually brought down by... that's actually a replacement who's just come on there. And locked on there. A couple of comments over here saying, T said, thanks for the comments, T. Thank you for jumping on. And thoughts on the new jersey? Well, I absolutely love. I went with the special edition. It's got a really cool little thing over here which says Forever Green, Forever Gold special edition jersey. I had to go with the old school vibe. I don't mind the jersey. For me, it's not a all-timer. I prefer the last one. I think that's a bit more iconic. I love, this is what I love. I love the collar. And when I did the video reacting to the jersey and kind of giving my thoughts, some people said, why am I so obsessed with the collar? And I just say I like it, you know. I just think it's a rugby jersey with a collar is just so it's just a different level, you know. So I miss the collar. I don't think it's bad. I think it's a nice green. I think that's the one thing I've enjoyed about the Nike jerseys. It sounds silly, but it is a nice green. And maybe that's an underrated part of any jersey. Because I think sometimes, that the Asics green, I wasn't a massive fan of it. It's like an olive green type of thing. So I prefer the green that we've got at the moment. But I think it's a bit arbitrary, to be honest. It's nice enough. It's not going to win fashion design awards. There's not. I mean, it's a green jersey with a weird collar. Free kick at the scrum time, by the way. Alessandro Fasco takes it quickly. Now a bit of space here. Leinach has come off his right wing. And then he pops it up off the head. No, in fact, he holds it on. Yeah, I lost it forward, unfortunately for him. Just need a bit more patience there, in all honesty. That was probably the biggest issue. And interesting to see what Gonzalo Casella says. Right now, to be honest, we haven't scored. We've scored no points in the second half. It's been a pretty ordinary second half. I mean, I don't want to be over critical. We have only played 12 minutes, but still scoreless at the moment. It's felt like a long half because of that injury. And as a result, we'll probably finish after 7 o'clock, which is usually finish just before 7. And in terms of, if you're new, by the way, so after this, we move into a player rating show. And we give everybody a rating between 1 and 10. So that goes live immediately after the game. Everybody basically... So we've got a very cool system that's coming in, which is going to be a lot of fun. We're hoping to debut it next week. A lot of individual development. A good scrum that and a penalty advantage for Damien Delendi. Pops up to Hodge Pod to Damien Willemson. Now Willemson looks straight and Back inside to Chesn Colby, who then runs away from a few defenders. Colby runs into DeRay, and then no advance. They go back for the penalty. So we've got a brand new system, which we're going to trial hopefully next week. It's very, very exciting. We're building a new platform completely from scratch based on this. And what it's basically going to do, so the current system, you give a rating between 1 and 10, and it tells you what the average rating is. So what we all think. The new system we're going to have is you're going to give your rating. It's going to tell you what your rating is, and it's going to tell you what the average rating is. And so you get to sort of see how close you are. And basically, you can do a lot of different things on the platform. We're going to be predicting teams. We're predicting scores. We're going to be building leagues and sort of seeing who's the best at predicting the teams for the box, stuff like that. So that's coming very soon. We're still in the old system tonight, but yeah, please just stick around for the player rating show. It happens immediately after the watch along, and it's a lot of fun. Right, line of time, and we've lost it. A little bit sloppy this half, actually, if we're going to be brutally honest, as Fusco clears. As much as we've been enjoying it and we're not really overly worried, we've not been at our best so far. And I'm just imagine having a train running by while they kick off on Loftus or Ellis Park. Sid said, hey from JB, go Barker, thanks so much for the commentary. Thank you very much for jumping in. Brendan asked whatever happened to Hershey Young. He's gone to France now, and I'm really hoping that move will regenerate his career. Talented player him, and just sadly hasn't been able to find his feet in the last few years. Right, DeRay, sorry, goes up to the boot. Lineker is there. Willemse goes to the top. He's asking. Faf de Klerk, by the way, is onto the park. And seeing a bit of space on the left-hand side. Pops up to Kirkley Arns. So Kirkley Arns trying to find a bit of a gap. Another very accomplished game from Morne van den Berg, by the way. Potentially could even be in the man of the match conversations. Bongi Manambi. And he's lost the ball forward in contact. Once again, a bit sloppy as Ross Vincent chips over the top. But a penalty, it actually sounds like it was ripped after the ball was on the ground. Liolo says, I also love the one with the color. Long Crew saying, sorry about your gear, guys. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we'll be back and we'll sort it out hopefully very soon. Tammin Fish says, just like Dizzy, won't talk about Bruno, we won't talk about Herschel. Yeah, fair enough. CS says, likes the idea of the new system. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I just can't wait to roll it out. We're just trying to make sure. We're doing a lot of troubleshooting to make sure it's all going to work nice and smoothly. We probably won't in the first weekend, but when it does work, it's going to be a lot of fun. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun doing it because you can basically generate an image with your ratings and then you can send it to your mates and stuff like that. So it's not just about the show. You can actually go and say, well, this is what I reckon the ratings were. And challenge your mates to give them their ratings. So it's going to be cool. Anyway, on the front foot shot of the box in the lineup from the penalty, Faf de Klerk going to the right side to RK Snyman. Gets the offload away to Vincent Shatuka. On the chicken wing pass. Ball on the top. Jesse Kriel. Jesse Kriel comes back inside. A little bit of champagne rugby all of a sudden. Vincent Shatuka basically matching those RK Snyman offloads with his own little chicken wing pass. Faf de Klerk goes back inside to RK Snyman, who's basically been punched in the face by Bongi Manambi. Kwaka Smith onto the park as well, by the way. Vincent Shatuka picks up and goes just short. Vincent Koch now. And Koch's over. So I'm about to have a sip of the beer. Should be doing that more often. Koch goes over. They eventually get our try in the second half. Hopefully it opens up a few floodgates. Good work off the back of the lineup. Some nice offloading. Some good momentum. Vincent Koch back into the bomb squad. Back on the score sheet. Vincent Koch. That's his... What? His first international try. He's a 50-cap Bok. Where's the celebration? Mr. Incredible, how has he not scored a try yet? He's been playing for years. The Quantum Kulu saying, I love the Springboks and JC Creel. There we go. JC Creel stand. To be fair, most females are a big fan of him. And most boyfriends aren't. Me included. Every single time I go to training, you know, it's the request from the girlfriend to please get photos. Go to the box of JC Creel. And I'm just like, you know, we can actually look very similar if I drop like 45 kgs and spend 45 years in the gym. But he doesn't have a beard, so I've got that on him, which is something. 35 points to 10 as we near the hour mark. Deep restart to Damien Delendi. A bit of a quiet game as Delendi. Had a bit of first half. Ball goes a little bit loose, and Franco Master picks it up. Five to clear back to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard goes to the boot. Now, the only player that's yet to come on so far is Willie LaRue, and I'll be interested to see who he comes on for. I personally would like to see him come on for Damien Delendi, and I'd love to see Damien Willemse get a run at centre. And just give that, give us a bit of information on what that looks like in a Springbok jersey. Good line that for Italy. And it pops up to Ross Vincent, who's just come onto the park recently. Been quite busy since he has come on. Now, Osiada, on debut, look at the big Nigerian born, well, not Nigerian born, but Nigerian background forward go. Big man, Osiada, former Italy under-20 player. And the only reason I mentioned the Nigerian heritage is very proud of that part of his life. Very cool guy, actually. Oh, Ross Vincent's run a brilliant line. And Jason Colby's holding on. It's a very good line being run by Ross Vincent. And now spinning around, there is Menoncello. We haven't seen much of him, and he's always there with ball in hand. Italy on the front foot. Ross Vincent once again. Good tackle coming from Franco Moss and Marco van Staden. Numbers out wide. Oh, goodness me. Long pass out of the Kurdians is not going to get there. And Italy are going to go over in the corner. Simone Gressi goes over. And I tell you what, Italy, that is so much better from them. It was so well worked. A couple of big carries, a very good carry. Oh, we're going to have a check here. Well, maybe yet. That's not be overly disappointed. I just, you know, we've seen it. I mean, it's the day of disallowed tries, isn't it? That's probably my favorite comment of the day. Long Q say asking if there's a link to JC Creel's workout plan. Checking to see if his foot is untouched. I don't. He's out. He's out. That's actually phenomenal from Kirkley Arendse. I mean, it's actually in the end maybe it's a bit of an ordinary. You've got. I mean, he should have probably put himself in the air and gone for the dive, but I think he actually. See, the ball's still up, and then he's out. This is going to be disallowed, I reckon. Oh, that's bizarre. I thought for all money that he was. I didn't even think they were looking at this. I thought they were looking at something in the build-up. But Kurt Lawrence has got his hand on the ball, which prevents him from winning. This is a phenomenal try-saving tackle from Kurt Lawrence. He is out. That is brilliant. Kurt Lawrence, I mean. I thought he wasn't even going to get there. I thought no chance of getting there whatsoever. Not only has he gotten there, but he's actually put in one of the best try-saving tackles I've seen in a long time. And it's so good because he's already over, but because he's gone for the ball and for his arm, he's managed to hold his arm up just enough to bring that leg into touch before it goes down. And you know what? This is a good anecdote of players that just do not give up. He had no right to stop that try. 22 dropout. That is proper from Kirkley Arendse. Right, the restart from Andre Pollard towards Nicolo Canone. Good take from the captain. Looking a lot better here, Italy, though. For starting, as far as I understand, is still on the field. I think Quacker Smith came on for... there is Quacker Smith. I think he came on for Jasper Wiese in the number 8 jersey. So Vincent Tuka still on. I'm pretty sure I saw Marco... Yeah, there's Marco starting. So he is on. So it was Jasper Wiese who went off. Kanonik. And a bit of a sloppy pass. Zanon. That's a nice little pass there. Tip over the top. And now Pollard pops it up to Kurtley Arons. Kurtley Arons goes to Willemse. Willemse with a bit of space. Steps inside the lineup, who makes a good tackle. 5 to clear, quick ball. Quacker Smith, the first receiver. Pollard, long pass out towards Delendi. Delendi sees space down that right-hand side. Giacomo Duray. And I think it might be... Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, he's left to go. He's let it go. That could be a 50-22. Andre Pollard was a little bit nonchalant there, to be honest. And he's just let that go. Bounced the ball's done him a little bit. I think it's going to be a 50-22. It's a really good kick, actually. It's a very good 50-22 in the end. Credit where credit's due. That's very good. So the only players not yet on for Italy is Matteo Canali and Giulio Bertaccini. For South Africa, it's just Willie Leroux. Quacker Smith, 5 to cloak. Both came on the 54 mark. The rest of the bomb squad on the 47th mark. And there is Willie Leroux. Who's he come on for, though? This is the question. Springbok cap 99. There it is. It is for Damien Delendi and Damien Willemse moves to inside centre. It's exactly what I wanted to see. Now we're going to see Damien Willemse cook for 18 minutes in that inside centre position. As we keep exploring our options. Looking pretty good, though, this Rolling Moya from Italy. And they're still going, still going, still going. Penalty advantage here, so free roll the dice. Alessandro Garbizzi's on. And I think this is going to be a try. They don't be very careful. It is going to be a try. That is not very often you see a Springbok pack driven back that many meters for a try. That is properly impressive from Italy. And it's Pablo Dimchev, the replacement hooker, who goes over in the end. But jeepers me, where's that come from? On debut as well. A couple of forwards, maybe just a little bit... It's just so well set, and then we get it completely wrong, and they come around the right-hand side. We just weren't expecting it. Mark of a start, and then they just peel off the right-hand side, and over he goes.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
back. Apologies for that, everybody. It's all happening. It's all happening. I tell you what is all happening is this game. It's getting a little bit out of control, to be honest. Italy are scoring. We've just scored Italy down to 14 men. And literally, obviously, my PC decided that there's just a little bit too much going on. And it's buckled a little bit. And I'll tell you what, Ross Vincent is just short here again. No penalty advantage there coming from Harley Davidson. Good work there from Vincent Tuka. Yo, man, now my camera's bugging out. This is just phenomenal. We're having a great time here. Well, the show will go on. The show will go on, people. But, yeah, no, sorry. We're going to get... That actually gives us a bit of a chance to just get ourselves back on track here. So apologies for that, people. It just sums up the week. You know, they basically are, well, what do you want in your week? Oh, you know what I really would like, which would be really, really cool, is how about all my equipment gets started on my car, and then on the day of the watchalong, my PC decides to just say nah to the watchalong. You know, because that's really, really fun. I've had to open the brandy. You know, there's no other way of doing it. So we've got a scrum, by the way. So apologies. So in what we've missed, we've scored a try through Mark Verstappen. We've conceded a try as well. So it's not all been smooth sailing here. And 3 minutes left on the clock. And one thing I want to do is very quickly, I want to get the player ratings into the comments. So you guys can all start rating the players. We will be going into that immediately after the game. And again, what happens? We just give them a rating between 1 and 10. Right, off the back of the scrum, yeah, Italy are attacking all over the box here. Big pressure on the box. 42 points, 24. A lot of people talking about the fact this is an inexcusable performance. Well, to be honest, it's not been our best performance. So words might have to be said by Rassi Russ about this. And what will be interesting is the fact that this team is supposedly supposed to change a lot for next week. Another penalty advantage here for Italy. Could they yet come within 10 points in the box so far? Ball available for Alessandro Garbizzi. And interception comes from Kurtley Orenser. But they had the advantage to Italy. So what I'm going to drop in the comments here is the player ratings link. Yeah, I'm looking very red in this camera, but it is what it is, I guess. I think they just announced the crowd attendance there, so we'll wait and find exactly what that was. But John, definitely not been smooth sailing. Last minute of the game. Ironically, the bomb squad's just not worked. And when we thought we'd ever actually say that? I mean, to be perfectly honest, I thought the starting lineup was playing, it could have been more clinical, but reasonable rugby. But since the bench come on, we haven't exactly stepped it up. And in fact, Italy have got a bit of space here. Yakuba Trulis finding a bit of space. All of a sudden, the left-hand side, no, Garbizzi slips. But no advantage, another penalty advantage. This is not looking good yet, people. There goes the hooter. So unlikely for the box to score more tries. So this is actually all now on whether Italy can potentially find another try, get within 10 points. And we'll quite... Oh, they're it behind though of Italy. Kurtley Lawrence are all over it. Throws the man to the ground. Italy still in possession though. But no, they've got straight through. And they are going to score. Well, the Springboks will win, but that is an awful end to the game. Not given. They're gonna not given. Okay, can breathe a sigh of relief there. Not awarded. There was a penalty. Well, Andre Polo just puts it up. That is not a great performance from the box. So Loftus will rise and they'll applaud the box. But I tell you what, that bomb squad was not much of a bomb squad today. And well, credit to Italy, because to come in and with that kind of team and give us such a game is a good effort, but a little bit concerning maybe. So maybe something to worry about for Rassie Erasmus. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say in the post-match presser. We are going to move immediately to our player rating show, people. So please come and join us over there. And basically what happens is we're going to give a bit of a review of the game. And then we're going to rate the players. And I'm very interested to see what everybody's going to have to say about the player ratings.